Support. Wait, why is it flipped? Edit. Let me join the SDG.
You'll start. Good morning, everyone.
Is this for you?
Okay. That's us. Ready? Good morning, everyone. Sabah here to our Arabic speakers, and welcome to LCOY UAE 2022, the very first in-person LCOY in the UAE. Yesterday, we focused on 3 key sectors that we believe are important for youth to consider when acting on climate change: energy, education, and technology. Today, we'll be continuing with this theme as we'll be covering the key sector of fashion, plus there'll be a talk in construction, agriculture, and in healthcare. But also today, we're going to focus on something a little bit different: youth climate policy. When it comes to policy, there's a lot we can do. So what we have in store is a youth panel from Sagari Kusriwa, Aisha Najib, and Kura Ahli, as well as a session from the SDG Youth Council, because we believe that youth advocacy in climate policy is the most important thing. And this session from the SDG will show us, it will provide input to our policy document. We will be submitting to COI, COP, and hopefully to the UAE government, as well as a short list of demands that we'll be sending everywhere that we possibly can. Now, thank you. A couple of housekeeping notes. At the end of every session, we'll be having a short break, so feel free to ask questions then. There's also a question and answer session at the end of every speech and panel. Bathrooms are over there to the left. And finally, we'd like to kick off today by welcoming to the stage a very special guest. Nasri Ismail from UNICEF.
That's okay.
Not ideal.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Nathan Ismail. I'm a climate change and youth engagement officer with UNICEF Middle East and North Africa Regional Office. I work in Jordan, in Amman, and I came here especially for the UAE. I'm going to be here with all of you. So today we're here because we want to launch something special for the young people, but I thought I would use this opportunity to talk more about what UNICEF is doing on youth engagement and climate change. So allow me just to take you through this. But maybe before I start, who knows what UNICEF does? Like, what is our mandate and who do we focus on? There's no right or wrong. Like when you hear UNICEF, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Children, right? So UNICEF works for children, and usually get asked, like, if you work on children, then why are you focusing on youth? And this is something that we always go through and try to explain to everyone, not only to the young people, but to explain to them. Children, adolescents, and youth are all within our mandate because we try to make sure that we have this swift transition between learning to earning. So we try as much as possible to support and build up the capacity of young people so they can then take the lead and be the agents of change we always say they are. Because whenever we talk about climate change, I think you can't talk about climate change without having young people in the picture. So maybe just to take you through our programmatic area for you to understand what we're doing. So we have different programmatic area, and the one that I'm mainly focusing on is called WASH and climate change. Who knows what WASH stands for? Not wash your hands.
Water, sanitation, and hygiene.
Thank you. So water, sanitation, and hygiene. And recently we became water, sanitation, and hygiene / climate change. So we started recently working on climate change, unfortunately, in the Middle East and North Africa region. And we have this programmatic accelerator, which tracks our projects and our activities. And one of the main pillars that we have is on youth engagement and advocacy. So what do we do? What do we mean by that? So there are a few things that we do in order to make sure that we are investing the right way in the young people. Is by providing them with different opportunities. So whenever we have, for example, regional or national events, we usually invite young people to attend as panelists and speakers with UNICEF. As like we're trying as much as possible to avoid that holistic participation of young people. I know at some point we failed because we used to bring young people only for sale. We have young people in the room, but we're trying as much as possible right now to make sure that we have young people meaningfully engaged in the conversation. So it's not only us, it's young people who are leading this. In addition, we're trying as much as possible to invest in the young people, build up their capacity, and raise their awareness. Because we think that this is a conversation that is led by youth, from youth, and by youth. So maybe I will give you like an example project or methodology that we've been applying in the region with the young people since 2016. Does anyone know or is familiar with the Marksway Action Research? Or has ever done it before? No. So the Marksway Action Research, this is a research methodology that allows young people to conduct a research in their communities from their communities. What does that mean? So instead of us just doing the research and then including young people at a later stage, we built up the capacity of young people in how to conduct a research. Then they go to their community, they identify an issue that is related, for example, let's say for climate change, and they start collecting in-depth information. So, for example, conducting focus group discussions, individual interviews, and we have other interactive research tools such as the rich picture. Some people are not really good with expressing themselves through talk. So the rich pictures we usually tell the young people, draw what you see in the future and draw the current situation. And then try to bridge between the two of them and identify what are the key actors that will allow you to move from the future, from the present to the future. And usually the young people, they come up with the findings. They themselves, they code and analyze the data, they come up with reports, and then based on these, they come up with advocacy initiatives, and they advocate for the findings that they found in their communities. So young people are advocating for the issues that they found from their communities because they are mostly affected with it. And we think that when there is a problem, the most vulnerable young people, let's say, or not most vulnerable, those who are mostly affected with it are the best advocates for these issues. And young people later on can take these findings and advocacy initiatives and set on papers with decision makers and stakeholders and advocate for it and ask for a change. And this is something that we've been applying in different parts of the region with the young people, and it has been proven that it's really useful for the young people. We usually start with them as participatory action researchers, but now they are part of our advocacy group, guiding our programs and the design of our programs. And these are the key 6 stages of it, but I think I took you through it quickly. Yes? Okay. So the main reason why I was invited to come here is to tell you about this very exciting toolkit we just launched. So we believe that the young people, in order for them to take the lead and be informed decision makers and be informed agents of change, they should have the right knowledge and right terminology in order to start. So we have developed a toolkit. This toolkit is developed by UNICEF and UNDP. It was originally developed by Latin American and Caribbean region. We worked with the young people to recontextualize it to the MENA region. And so far, it includes 4 million volumes in Arabic and English. So I'll take you quickly through them, and maybe then you have a QR code that can take you directly to the website. So the first volume is on climate glossary. For you as a young person to be able to start, you have to know what are the key terminologies of climate change. What is climate change? What is global warming? What are the NDCs? What are the NAVs? And so on, and Paris Agreement. So it provides you with all the knowledge that you would need to know in order to start. Maybe you are already a climate activist, but for you to be able to have like an informed action and informed decisions, and to be able to take the lead, you have to have the right knowledge and the right tools to be able to start. So this is the first volume, which is climate glossary. These are content, table of content. The second one is tools for climate action. So the tools for climate actions, it takes you through the NDCs, it takes you through the NAVs, it takes you what is the UNFCCC and how you, as a young person, can be part of this. For you to be able to make a change and be part of all the decisions and all the policies, what do you need to know and what platform should you go to? So this volume, it provides you with everything step by step. In addition, in each volume, we included journeys of young people and young initiatives around the region. And we decided to include journeys, not success stories, because we wanted you to see what were the outcomes, but in addition, what were the challenges that they faced for you. So, for example, if you want to do this, you have to know that there will be challenges that will come your way, but you have to know how to overcome them as well. So this is like more or less to motivate you. The third one is climate governance. Climate governance, it shows you what kind of negotiation, what kind of national policies are done on a national, on a regional, and on a global level. So it takes you through all of them. It shows you who are the policy makers, what are the documents that you need to look to, and everything. So maybe, for example, I will show you this. So this is, for example, the negotiation process that usually the nations go through before they go to COP. So it shows you the virtual and intersessional meetings, pre-COP and during COP and the end of the year, and goes through all of them step by step. And I know it might sound a bit difficult, but if you read it, you will see that we try to make the language as smooth as possible. So it should be understandable, but at the same time, it gives you the right knowledge for you to be able to start. And the third one, who is familiar with the Paris Agreement? Yeah, so we have 1, 2. You should know the Paris Agreement. Yeah, exactly. Paris Agreement is a very important legally binding agreement that guides all our efforts. So in each one of the volumes, we talked about the Paris Agreement, but because we believe it's a very important agreement that you should all learn about, we tried as much as possible to provide you with all its articles, but in a very useful language for you to understand it. So these 4 volumes are currently available in Arabic and English on the website. And currently, we're developing 2 additional volumes. And these 2 volumes, of course, will not all these volumes, they are developed with the young people. So, for example, we have Aisha is not here today, but she has been helping us in creating and developing the climate change and gender volume, which is upcoming later this year. And we have another volume which is focused on water scarcity for young people, because this is one of the main problems that our region is facing, suffering from. Yeah? And in addition, and based on the request of the young people, although we have provided this manual and this guide, but they thought that this is not enough for them to be able to take the lead. So what we want to do and what we're currently working on is to develop a training package. And this training package will include like a self-guide training that will allow you to move from a beginner to an intermediate to an advanced level. And when you finish each level, you will be allowed to go to the next one. In addition, we provide a training route. So for you as a young person, you will acquire this knowledge and then you can become a trainer to deliver this training to other young people. I put it here for you. This is the QR code that can take you directly to the website where this toolkit is available. Of course, if any of you is interested, I can provide you my contact info at the end, in which you can reach out. We can include you in the development of all these materials I think this has been very essential for us to work with the young people to make sure that this is for the young people and by the young people. One other thing that I wanted to talk about is I have been familiar about the Declaration for Child and Youth. Okay, so the Declaration for Child and Youth Declaration, this is a declaration that young people and children have developed along with UNICEF, and we're trying to advocate for national delegations who are attending COP to sign it, because this puts the children and the young people on the agenda of their national delegation whenever they are developing their NDCs or maps and so on. They have to apply the child and youth lens to make sure that those who are most vulnerable and those who are most impacted are part of the conversation and they are leading the process with them. So this is something we're trying to advocate for and we will advocate for at COP, and it's important for you to know because you as young people, you are doing this LCOY, right? But for you to be able to take it to the next step, you should know that this is something that is available and you can advocate for your government, for your national delegation to sign it and be part of the conversation. Here I put a few questions because for COP27, UNICEF have different advocacy asks. And one of the things that we want to see how resilient is our social services. Like for example, in areas that there is water shortage, do you think children are mostly affected with it? Do you think the services that are there are good or do they need to be enhanced? So this is something we want to hear from you. And if not, what do you think we should ask our national delegations that are going to COP to advocate for? And in addition, I wanted to hear from you, what do you think can UNICEF do better in order to include young people and children in the conversation when talking about climate change? So maybe I will stop here and open it out for you for any questions or answers, comments, feedback. Yeah.
So, whatever work currently UNICEF is doing is wonderful, getting more and more volunteers out, and understanding finally the importance of youth engagement. So there are several countries within globally, I wouldn't say Iran, so like just Iran, one so what UNICEF could do collectively is to ensure and to persuade and have as a whole entity promote and engage and motivate the governments to have a national delegation within their youth delegation within their right. And I'm very happy that UAE has that already. So that's amazing. And I think UAE should be a global leader in scaling other parties to understand why youth should be involved in the delegation and what benefits they have got. So maybe what UNICEF could do is speak with the youth of those national delegations of what get that information out and make a report like how you have made that report and that and it's not like you have been started just like a government would have taken initiative. Sometimes government takes an initiative, sometimes the youth go ahead and ask the government that we need to be involved. So maybe again a similar kind of thing volume 6 would be launched and how do you make yourself part of your national delegation. So this is my
Thank you so much. I think this is a very valuable comment, and I think those who were here yesterday, maybe I had some separate or bilateral conversation where I said UNICEF is trying to advocate with all national delegations to have youth there and to connect us with the youth who are going there. So that we make sure that we are including and working closely with the young people who are attending the discussions and the meetings at COP27. And one of our upcoming volumes as well will be on policy making and how to become a negotiator. So you read our thoughts as well, which is good thinking. So thank you so much. Any additional comments, thoughts, ideas, things that you would like us to do that you think we're not doing right, for example?
totally agree to what she said and everything, but I'm concerned about it. And where I come from, we know about the UN, we know we have to keep that concept, but
only maximum 1 in 10 youth, they don't know what climate change is. They don't know what water scarcity, water insecurity, food insecurity is. So if you don't know something, if you aren't educated enough in something, on the topic, how to solve it. So I think just like if, like she said, not focusing on inner region or any region, the countries that have water scarcity issues, have food insecurity issues, if you focus on them a bit more and educating the youth, especially who will go on to become leaders in the future, that would be a great situation.
Thank you, this is very valuable. But this is exactly why, for example, in the MENA region, we have the water scarcity. It's one of the most important and challenges that we face when we talk about climate change. For example, Jordan is the second most scarcest water, like the second country worldwide that is suffering from water scarcity. So this is, for example, why we developed this. But yes, you're right, and this is why we think as well, like this is the first thing that we can do is start by educating the young people. And unfortunately, in our curriculums, most of the Arab countries, we don't talk about climate change. This is not something that we grow up learning, unfortunately. This is why I think we have this gap curriculum. Yes. Okay, you think this is a tool that you would use and you would disseminate and promote for? Yes? Okay, thank you so much for your time. I put here just my email, so if in case you have any suggestions, you would like to be part of our network, just please reach out. We are more than happy. We are more than happy to always work with the young people from different parts. And it's good that you're here, and we want to include the Emirati and young people who are in the UAE with us in the conversation. So thank you so much. And, yeah.
After a short break, we'll just have a youth panel of Sagari Kashiran, who are actually and Aisha Najib, who's online. Sagarika is on her way in, so it should be around 5 minutes. So if you would like to take a short break, please.
I know that legal offices there as well. So how do I just go email? Yeah. Yes, just email and tell it and I'm
Are we going to start?
Yeah.
Youth is the cornerstone for climate activism in this day and age. Climate change will affect the 50 to 35 agers to a significantly greater extent as compared to prime policymakers. It is getting increasingly important to recognize youth voices in climate policy, a topic that we will talk about today with Urahi, Secretary Kashiram, and Ashkan Najib, who is online. So, why don't you introduce yourself, guys?
So, hi everyone, I am Urahi, one of the UAE Teacher Ambassadors and also a currently a student at YOUAE. And yeah, I'm currently studying social research and public policy with minor in environmental studies as well. And yeah, I would say my interest for climate policy in a way is what we end up with that major. And also I've been working on many math building sessions and posting webinars in order to empower youth, in order to we can say increase or accelerate climate action in the UAE and also on an international level.
Hi, I'm Sagarika. I'm 17 years old and I'm in a final year of high school at Jagara College. I do a lot of environmental work after I set up my website back in 2017, called Kids for a Better World, which focuses on the voice of the child. It's basically an online platform that aims to educate and activate youth towards climate awareness and sustainability from a young age. I've always grown up in a very environmentally friendly household, and I think that sort of inspired me to teach others, and it's helped me put a lot of focus on climate education specifically.
So, why don't you introduce yourself as well? Can you hear us? All right, so just give it a second. Okay, I'm just going to introduce her. So, Ashkan Najib is a climate activist based in the UAE, working as a UNICEF. And she works in the LCOY organizing team as well, helping us to organize this event. She's a core organizer. And yeah, she works in the narrative, helping out the most affected people in areas. So we're going to start with that content. So guys, why do you think it's important for young people to be involved in policy development and implementation of our plan?
Sure. So I think with the youth, it is obviously related to climate change. We are the ones who get suffer most. And I think we also have a sense of an emotional connection with it. With a lot of us, we're going to be growing up facing the effects with our children or our grandchildren, being the ones who are going to suffer the most. So I think when you ask adults, have the most say in situations like this, and youth don't really have a perspective, it does feel like there is a lot of bias there, and it doesn't feel like you're really getting the most honest and most effective point of view, because they are the ones who technically did cause the problems that we are facing, and that must be a harsh truth. But I think it is the most important for us to face the consequence and do what we can to make a difference.
And also, I would say connecting to the point that Kathy mentioned, and basically mentioned just now, is that we are the ones that were most affected or that were most affected by climate change. That's why we're the most motivated really to drive that change. And I would say with the current stance of climate education, youth are really educated about the topic, and they can come up with innovative ideas about how we can implement and make accessory action like that. And if you that, it's really important for them to have a say in that topic.
Okay, with that context, should Ashka, can you give your input on that? You're muted.
What's that? I'm muted. I'm able to hear me well.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Hello everyone. My name is Aishka. I hope that you should be able to introduce me. Well, I am a 19-year-old climate justice activist. I'm based in Dubai. And I'm very glad to be joining you all virtually. I hope that I really wanted to be there in person with you all today, but unfortunately, I dislocated my knee and I am on a 3 week of rest. So, but I'm still glad that I'm there virtually with you all. So to actually touch upon why it is important for young people to be involved in policy development and implementation around climate, I think that is a very important question to address. So we all know that young people today and the generation that follow them will have to live with and manage the impacts of the changing climate. As a 20-year-old today, with our current climate policies, I am likely to live in a world up to 3 degrees warmer, with rising sea levels more than a quarter of meter higher than what would be in, for example, 1990. However, despite this, young people are often not included in decision making or lack the information and resources to engage meaningfully. Programs that aim to have youth become effective agents of climate are very limited, especially in the UAE. Decision makers need to ensure that young people in all their diversity needs to be empowered to meaningfully engage and participate in climate programs and policies. Moreover, it is critical that national climate policies that set forth the priorities for climate response in countries are child and youth sensitive. This means that national climate policies engage children and young people during the development of their national policies and prioritize building the climate resilience of services that they depend the most on. So actually, a study that was conducted by UNICEF showed that out of 103 countries that had submitted their revised NDCs, which is the nationally determined contributions, only 35 of them were child and youth sensitive. And only 40% of the country mentioned that the policies involved young people in their development and implementation process. So these statistics are quite alarming. Non-governmental organizations and institutions do have a role to play. They need to co-design and implement projects and initiatives in partnership with local youth-led organizations, ensuring the sustainability of young people's engagement. I feel like it is also important for us to take lessons learned from other countries, other regions, and other sectors, and co-opt the best practices on how young people can be involved in policy development as well as implementation processes. I'll stop here for now.
Yeah, I think it's really a really important topic to include young people in policy making, especially when we're increasingly including older people, and older people are put in power more often. So the question stemming from the previous one is, in what ways can young people meaningfully engage in policy development and implementation of climate? For example, avoiding tokenism and youth watch.
basically that it comes down to I see the very events that kind of do that in a way, in a way to avoid communism, it can be seeing the legacy of the legacy of the event as in how do they follow up with after the event and if it shows that someone is truly wanting for the person to engage their and their conference or summit. And then it's also the proper implementation. For example, for example, last year in pre-COP, we drafted the youth manifesto for climate change, and each working group presented their findings in a way, and what resolutions and proposals we came up with. And those proposals were presented in front of many government leaders, many ministers from all around the world, because pre-COP is happening at the same time. So we got the chance to present it to them, and I would say that showed us that our concerns and the solutions that we have came up with are being heard in a way, and they're not just time that is being spent on making those proposals and that no one sees them. So we kind of saw the effect of that, and we saw also the impact of it in the COP negotiations as well. As we had this youth delegation from the UAE at COP26, which was really nice. And also another thing would be with other international organizations, such as we have now Women Youth Network, and that is being done to empower youth of the region as well, because in those international conferences, I have seen that youth from Europe, youth from the States, youth from other parts of America, where they kind of more well knowledge in a way about the topic, and they didn't see that from youth from the Arab region. And I would say youth networks such as that are really helpful because they kind of raise awareness about the topic, and I would say awareness is the most crucial thing. As long as people know about it, they will have a concern of doing something about it. So I would say such networks are really crucial, and to avoid kind of greenwashing in a way, we can kind of maybe coming back to the main point, seeing the impact and the legacy of how
I completely agree with her. I think she explained it perfectly. But I feel like it's all about what happens after. So what happens after your conference, whether everything you've spoken about, and there are steps that are being taken towards the ideas and the concepts that you have discussed. And I think, like she said, explained it as a legacy, right? Just after you have expressed those opinions and made those connections, is something being done? Is there action that's actually happening after this? And I think that's the best way to involve.
Yep, and we have a word to Aisha.
I think Hoor and Sajika actually touched upon some really important points over there. I want to share some things. So I had the opportunity to be the UAE's NDC ambassador and work with an organization called Care About Climate to conduct an analysis on UAE's nationally determined contributions. At the same time, looking at other national policies like a national adaptation plan, national climate change plan, from an intergenerational equity and gender equality lens. So, how much have our national policies included young people? How much are they catering to young people's needs? And how much are they also looking at the needs and the importance of including young women and girls? And I was able to find a lot of key outcomes actually from that. So yeah, people have a critical role to play in all the different phases of our nationally determined contributions, right? From the development and from its development to its enhancement to implementation of national policies. It is important that during developing and implementing the NDCs, the needs and rights of young people are taken into consideration. It is also important to establish and strengthen formal structures and bodies that enable meaningful youth engagement in climate policies and decision-making processes. For example, having a youth advisory body on climate to the government that consults with young people throughout the country, and how other institutions can co-opt this methodology is important. For example, we have over here our Arab Youth Council on Climate Change who acts as a formal body to the government. So how can we use such a body to widen the consultation process with other young people, throughout UAE on climate change so that their opinions, their suggestions, their voices and demands can be integrated to the policies that is coming up in the UAE on climate change. And also, following up with the advisory body and consultations, it is also important to invite youth leaders and youth-led organizations to have public thematic discussions to enhance the understanding of each other's perspectives. So what young people need to gain from, the intergovernmental processes and what intergovernmental processes and policies can gain from young people. And enable an intergenerational dialogue and provide opportunities for youth inputs in ways that support sustained engagement. I also believe there's a need to establish funding because funding and resourcing is very important. We cannot move, to progress without getting enough funding and resourcing. So there needs to be grants for young people, which will allow young people to work on the implementation of national policies, such as I mentioned, national human contribution, our national climate change policies, so NCCP, NAP, etc., through relevant youth-led projects. And also, we talk a lot about green recovery, recovering from COVID-19, and this is also a big opportunity to involve young people in how can we make sure that there are policies coming up that will provide sustainable youth entrepreneurship, that will give young people opportunities in green jobs. And of course, there needs to be capacity building of young people, especially as someone who has gone into negotiation spaces, who has gone into high level climate dialogue spaces. I found it very difficult initially because I'm being like, what does some of these terms even mean? It's been very difficult to understand the language that they're using. And I've struggled a lot to, make sure that I know I'm able to play the same game that they're playing as soon as I get a seat at the table. And that can only be done with the capacity building of young people, ensuring that they are empowered in these technical languages, they are empowered in the thematic areas, and they're empowered in the whole processes of how these dialogues are structured in. And also, I feel a lot of times young people are given representative roles where they show up to certain, forums and certain dialogues and policies, and they just represent young people in a way. But I feel like we need to go beyond giving young people representative roles and involve them in more transformational processes where young people become co-designers, co-creators, and co-owners of the whole process. Yeah, I will stop here and not take too much time.
Right. So I think that Sagarika, you touched upon actually a really important topic, that was the execution of some of the policies and demands that we make. And yeah, I think that internationally that is very lacking at the moment. And also, Aishka, I also think that you touched upon an important topic. To be involved in the UN climate processes, you do not need to know all of these acronyms, these words that they spit out. You do not need to know what they mean, but it is very easy to actually be lost in them. So capacity building, in my opinion, for youth is one of the greatest things that will help in the long term to involve youth in international climate discussions and in the execution of policy of the Earth Convention. So, last question. How many of our current policies are inclusive of young people and children's demands?
I would say Ashka maybe touched upon that, and also Nafti. And currently, it's probably, I can't say like specific statistic, but like it's not much of the policies, but like we can see that the world is like, as like a collective leader is putting more kind of like focus on involving youth and involving like children, youth, and like in all of those like climate policies and NDC as well, because at the end, like we are going to be like the rising generation that are going to lead this world. So it's really important for us to be included in all of them, and it is a kind of an empowering move that we see that like in those negotiations, youth are being included. However, like we can still see that like more kind of inclusion is needed as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think compared to the past, like 30 years ago, there's definitely a lot of progress that has been made, but there's a lot to go. I think maybe depending on like the region as well, I think in more privileged regions, I think the youth does have a little bit more of a say, compared to like less economically developed regions where it's less likely that you are counting on a child's perspective and things like that. I think that's something that has to change. I think a child does have to have a point of view when it comes to these kind of things. Yeah, a lot is being done and a lot is in the future, hopefully.
Fingers crossed. Let's move on to Ashka.
Yeah, I feel like Hood and Sagrika really touched upon some really important points. As I was saying, there has definitely been progress. For example, when compared to our initial, for example, if you're taking the case of the naturally determined contributions, the NDCs, initially when the INDC was submitted, the amount of INDCs that even had the word youth in it was maybe 0 to 2%. But now that has really gone up. We have 34% of countries mentioning young people and 40% of countries that have, involved the young people in their NDC processes. 12% even mentioned that children were involved in their NDC processes. And so those are some progresses that we can see. And in 76% of national policies, especially in the UAE, identifies co-benefit of involving young people in their mitigation strategies. So these are all progress indicators, but we need to go further from here. And some of the things that we need to progress on in is one, as I mentioned, doing more transformative roles and processes for young people. So involving them as co-designers, co-creators, and co-owners. And second, having more transparency and clarity on the role that young people play. So, for example, we have a lot of youth councils, we have a lot of youth advisory board, but we need more clarity and transparency on how these councils or how these boards are being involved in each step of the way. For example, we have a net zero target. So how are you going to involve young people through these boards or advisory councils in each step of the way? And also, what strategy do we have to ensure that we're not limited to the people in this youth council or youth advisory board, but we are able to reach more young people across UAE? So what strategy do we have to outreach to more and more young people across the country? And finally, I would say, what strategy do we have to sustain the collaboration to ensure that we're not interacting with young people as a one-time thing, but this intergenerational process and intergenerational dialogue is sustained over a long period of time, so that we're working hand in hand with policymakers, we're working hand in hand with intergovernmental bodies in decision making and policy development and policy implementation.
Definitely agree. Now we'll open it up to a wider discussion with you all and get a little bit more opinion about what are your aspirations or visions for youth involvement in climate policy. So, does anybody want to start off the conversation?
Again, would like to mention that Aishka, Noor, and Sagarika, kudos to you. You guys have touched upon a lot of things that actually you mentioned about, if there is an existence for youth council, how is it functioning? How transparent is it? How is it strategically going to involve the youth all over the country? So those are the things which you have already mentioned. But there are other things which have to be noted. First, what is the role of UAE in the country? And second, what is the role of UAE globally? We cannot deny the fact that UAE is going to host COP28 next year. So for that, there's a lot of momentum going to be built. So there is a lot of responsibility on UAE's shoulders to not only harness the power of youth within the country, but also harness the power of youth globally. So we have to start considering things like indigenous youth population. How is UAE going to support that? So the initiative by the COP27 presidency of having a COP27 youth acquired was amazing. So I really hope that UAE will continue that legacy. Communicate with the COP27 presidency of how helpful was having a youth, having a COP27 youth involved. So we have been seeing, and I'm going to be very blunt here, we've been seeing COP27 youth involved engaging, and then she's personally my friend too. And we have been asking her like, what has been your work? And she has been trying to understand, analyze how many countries have youth in their delegation, and then how what kind of recommendations for the COP27 the boy could go, and how is she involving the youth. And so they're having a couple of consultations in Gabon, they're having a couple of consultations in New York. But we need to start, I think the consultation time is done. Now I think we need to start consolidating on this information and then reporting. As and when, it is very important, as and when COP27 is happening, we do not understand the urgency of this matter. We have to understand where is it just being, as a youth watching, and there is meaningful representation. We just can't, sometimes the youth are, and I quote by, the UN Youth Secretary, Youth Advisory for Climate Change, and she had just come for the and she had mentioned in the youth circle that we can't use youth as a decoration item. And we are, we are having so many youth at corporates, and we're not going to be a decoration item, but we're going to be meaningfully involved in the country's policies, in the delegations, in the negotiations, having a work, having an intervention time within the main negotiating section. So yeah, so this is what I wanted to tell, and yeah, so I think I hope we're going to have better youth involvement, and not only youth, so indigenous population, women and children, underprivileged youth, and I'm hopeful that UAE would commit to these commitments, not only here, but globally as well.
Urbanism is definitely a really big topic to touch upon, especially in international contexts where it's easy for us to just be used as decoration. Does anybody, we have time for about one or two more inputs? Does anybody else want to? No? Okay, we're going to end it up there. So thank you, Ur, Sarika, and Aishka, and also your inputs. We'll be using them very, very much in our policy document. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, so now we're back with the fashion panel. Fashion accounts for up to 10% of global carbon dioxide output yearly. And according to research, a pair of jeans requires 7,600 liters of water to make. And in a day, an average human drinks 3.7 liters of water only. That means that by producing an additional pair of jeans, we can sustain ourselves for approximately 2,000 days or approximately 6 years. This is a massive impact on the climate that we sort of we cause on the environment by buying so many like fast fashion branded clothes. And what happens to them is that they often get dumped in landfills. And to mitigate this problem, we have our fashion panel today, which consists of Gia Rishi, Fifi Zhang, and Habiba Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you so much, Yeshua. My name is Habiba Abdul-Rahman. I'm from Kenya, Dubai. I work with Youth for Good. I'm sure you have Youth for Good, second-hand story by the charity and homes platforms. And also, I work as sustainable lifestyle and fashion blogger to raise awareness on sustainable fashion. And also, I have an organization in Kenya that is trash to empower communities and raise awareness. So I don't know to what Yeshua has said. The statistics, it's true. There's so much resources that is used to create fashion, and there's so much community that is not well. They're not protected. So you find that according to a study, there's 100 billion textile waste goes to landfill every year, and 85% is not recycled. So this is because textile waste, most of it is because it's coming from raw materials. So you find like clothes are made from cheap materials like plastic and nylon, and this is because of the fossil fuel industry, and this produces so much microplastics, which ends up in our landfills, in our oceans, because when we wash our clothes, the amount of microplastic that we do not see, microplastic is drained into our oceans and into our waters. So, this is some of the issues that we need to stay away from fast fashion because of this, one of the reasons. And also the second reason is also about the safety, in the health and safety. There's so much that goes into our clothes that we don't know. Fabrics made from these toxic materials, some of them have been found that lead is very, lead has been found in these clothes, and lead is a very toxic chemical. Yeah, so I'll take it to Gia.
Yeah, hi, I'm Gia Rishi. I'm a student at JES, and I have been into sustainable fashion for a very long time. I do a lot of fashion shows used from sustainable clothing, use a lot of trash bags, like waste materials to try and create clothes. And I also run a social media account for well-being and activism, called Well-Being Complex. So fast fashion is basically the mass production of cheap goods. And as a youth, I know that many people, for example, my school and colleges, are very into using fast fashion to get as convenient clothes, as it's cheaper for all of us, and also it adheres to trends. So trends is such a big part of us fitting into society, so we feel a very big need to buy clothes a lot of the time, which leads to an increase in waste. So I think it's a very big problem, and I'm here today to talk about it. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Fifi. I'm a student in my senior year, and I'm a bit of a fashion enthusiast, and I'm really glad to be able to participate in this conversation today, because I think fashion is, we don't realize when we're talking about climate change and pollution, how much fashion as an industry, how much it contributes to our waste and our water usages and our carbon dioxide production. And it's also one of those things that we could really drastically change because so much of it is controlled by all of our daily habits. So I think it's important for us to engage in this conversation and so spread the awareness about how you can change your mindset about clothes, about fashion, to live a more sustainable life.
Yeah, so we've already talked about how fast fashion impacts the environment because we've talked about how a lot of it is made of materials that isn't biodegradable, recyclable, and a lot of them contain toxic materials like lead, and it's a lot of it ends up in landfills, which is inherently bad for the climate, for our environment. So I would like to ask you the next question, which is, what alternatives or solutions do we have for the environmental impact of fashion?
Thank you. Yes, that's the question. So some of the solutions, like already that we can see, some companies are really trying their best to be sustainable. So it's having investing in innovation, that is the positive of the environment, like plant-based fabrics, recycling initiatives, and also in the marketing campaigns that is people over profit. That wants people over profit, because if you invest in cheap clothes, of course everything around it becomes negative. So if we invest in good quality food clothing, then that means that even the people who won't have to be so into trends and buying clothes that we're so I can say that also companies have a huge responsibility and accountability in this, because we will try our best, but also if clothes are already available in fast fashion companies and they're cheap, especially for young people, we cannot afford to buy expensive clothes. And so if companies can do that, that would be great. And also if we can also promote reusing and recycling, initiatives and campaigns, that would be great. We can see there's a rise of secondhand clothing companies currently in Dubai, and it's good that people's mindsets are being changed and they're warming up to that kind of secondhand fashion, and there's no stigma around it. So that's very important.
Yeah, I think to add on, thrifting has definitely become a more available part of youth's lives because we know more about it and the impacts of it in the environment. So adding on to the idea of lead being found in our clothes, for example, Greenpeace did a study that found that 11 chemicals frequently used to make our clothes contain toxics that are carcinogenic or even like hormone disrupting. So a good way for solutions for us to stop using companies that have these toxins is to look for garments that have labels now with chemical content certification. So this includes USign, GOTS, and OECOTEX. Just by looking at the label one time, you can see if a company or a piece of garment has chemicals that could potentially affect your health. And even just a quick Google search can show brands that are sustainable and brands that are not, like greenwashing, for example, which is when companies claim to be environmentally friendly, when in actuality they're pretty bad for the environment. Additionally, I think e-commerce is a very big thing, even now in Dubai. According to Sustain Lifestyle Fashion, companies produce about 400% more clothes than 20 years ago. So just by this, and also we know e-commerce in Dubai especially is increasing a lot. With that idea in our minds, we know that we can by buying just less clothes or better quality clothes, as you guys said, this can impact our environment greatly. So yeah, I think we just change our mindset a lot about it.
Yeah, I'm glad you touched on the idea of looking at labels of clothes. I think it's important that we're more conscious when we buy our clothes about what they're made of and how this is going to impact the environment and you. Because what's really surprising is that what's better for the environment is almost always better for you as well. So, you can, when you find clothes that you like in the store, you spend 5 extra seconds to look at the labels and you see what their content is. And try and buy more clothes that are making natural fibers, as you've mentioned, things like cotton and linen. They're often actually a lot more breathable for you and a lot more comfortable for you to wear, and they're biodegradable. So yeah, it's better for the environment and for you. And so yes, we definitely need like a change in how we view our clothes. And you also mentioned buying clothes that are better quality. Because yeah, a lot of the time if you buy clothes that are of less good quality from like high street retailers, they're not going to last very long. And so you have to keep consuming, keep buying more clothes, and it feeds into this sort of perpetual cycle where you're constantly like chasing the next big like clothing, and trying to follow trends and wearing them for like a couple days and letting them rot in the back of your closet. So if we instead focus on buying clothes that are better quality, and it's not hard to see which clothes are better quality. If you feel it, you touch it, you can feel that this piece of clothing is going to last you a long time. So yeah, like part of the burden is on producers, on companies to make clothes that are more sustainable. But part of it is definitely also on the consumer as well. When you look at a piece of clothing, you ask yourself, am I going to wear this? Am I going to like this? How much is this piece of clothing going to contribute to my life? And if your answer is, I don't think I'll be wearing this very often, then maybe it's time for you to reconsider your purchase.
To add on to what she says, we know about Patagonia. Patagonia is one of the sustainable clothing companies. They're known for jackets and and outerwear. And the billionaire recently, Mr. Iman, he agreed to donate almost 100 million euros for to climate change loss and damage. So these are the kind of initiatives that we should promote, and companies should, should should have these kind of initiatives. And also, one of the biggest campaigns that they had is "Do not buy this jacket." That was a campaign that Patagonia had. So it also has that impact when you hear about "Do not buy this jacket." This is why you should buy it. So if companies like promote buying less, because in our campaigns we want sales, capitalism. Capitalism is the main issue here. That's what promotes fast fashion, besides everything else. And also, e-commerce, as she says, it's important that influencer marketing. It's also one of the big promotion of fast fashion. So if influencers also like influencing, they become eco influencers. They're conscious about what they produce out there, because we are all responsible for the kind of influencing that we do on marketing. So that's why I, like in Dubai, there's so much consumption and there's so much, like influencer marketing, and it's crazy. But we need to redirect that, and if we can have more influencers who are eco influencers, that would be great.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem with fast fashion is that it's very cheap, which sort of allows us to lean towards buying products from fast fashion stores. On the other hand, companies that are marketed as sustainable market their products at a higher price point, which deters a lot of consumers, especially younger consumers, from purchasing those. At the end of the day, if we start changing our mindsets in terms of what we want to buy, these companies will have to change the way they price their products, because again, capitalism can also be, the theory can also be applied here, because when the consumers demand something, producers will have to make that, because that is they want their profits again.
In business, we have demand and supply. I'm sure you all know. So they had a demand, they had a supply, and all that. So that also needs to be a model that needs to be looked at.
Yeah, so when we start looking at labels, when we start realizing that certain clothes have materials that aren't biodegradable or that cannot be recycled, and will end up polluting landfills, that is when sort of the entire fashion industry will begin to change and produce more eco-friendly clothing. So moving on, what are the current innovations that influence our views of fashion?
Of course, as a youth, I can definitely say that social media is our biggest impact on fashion. Because social media has influencers. For example, I myself follow some fashion influencers, and before a couple of years ago, I would follow influencers who would promote micro trends. So micro trends are fashion trends that last for a very short amount of time. But companies see this and they decide to mass produce this for everyone to buy. However, this only lasts maybe a couple months at most, and therefore, after it is out of fashion, people tend to try and put it as like waste or get rid of it, and usually not by sustainable means. So definitely, social media is a very big impact. Another one I would say is like the way I was raised. The way I grew up was that clothes should be reused. For example, hand-me-downs. So I have an older sister, so every time she would have clothes that she like not really didn't want anymore, but just she wanted to buy new clothes, she would give it to me to see if I wanted it. If I didn't want it, she would go ask one of her younger cousins if they wanted it, and the cycle would continue. So until like the clothes would be used so many times. Like currently, I still have some clothes handed down from my grandmother, traditional clothes that I can still use now because of the quality. The quality was that good that it's being used for generations at a time. This is another innovation I believe influences.
Yeah, I actually have personal experience with hand-me-downs as well. We're so used to fast fashion made clothing today that like only lasts a couple of washes that we forget. Like even like a couple decades ago, how good quality clothes used to be because they were bought and they were made to last. So yeah, I also have a lot of clothes. These trousers actually are from my mother, and I think it's great. It's good for like increasing the bond between families as well, but also it's great for your impact on the environment. It's about like thinking about how you can reduce your impact, not necessarily from buying all of these like really expensive like modern technologies where if they reuse fabrics or they reuse clothing, the technology can be quite expensive. So instead of like looking at all of these sort of more high market branded clothes, it's about looking at what you already have and how you can reuse that. Adding on to the point about social media as well, I think not all of it is bad. So there are also influencers who try to promote more sustainable ways of dressing. The idea of the capsule wardrobe is really interesting to me. For those who don't know, it's basically when you like very carefully select as few pieces of clothing as you have. Say like 20 pieces of clothing is your entire wardrobe. So you want to like maximize how much you can get out of every single article of clothing that you have. And it's a way of making sure that you actually wear your clothes and that you actually like your clothes. And it's a lot easier for you to pair as well. You don't have to stare at a full wardrobe every day and go, gosh, what am I going to wear today? So yeah, I think if we look at like paring down our wardrobes to like fewer items of clothing that we actually wear, even if we don't go like as minimalist as some capsule wardrobes, it's going to have a big impact as well.
Thank you. For me, I would say innovations involve making sure that the production, making use of eco-friendly products and researching on it and investing in, like I was saying, investing in innovation and investing in eco-friendly materials and products like plant-based. So now there's a rise of like people innovating clothes from pineapple peels, from different kind of plant-based material and vegan. There's a rise also in vegan, clothing. So this is the kind of innovation that I would say because these clothes are very good. The reason why we have to, move from as much as recycling is promoted, but how much of it is really recycled? There's a mountain of clothes in Chile, in Atacama Desert, that was being dumped, and it's still happening. And it's clothes that are not biodegradable take about 200 years to biodegradable, and it takes 200 years to be around on Earth. So these are kind of innovations. So I say biodegradable products like local products, local natural fibers and other natural fibers. And also we can talk about applications that actually promote research. So for example, I am not knowledgeable about a product. I can go to an application. There's one called Good on You. So they have all these reports on companies and they hold them accountable. So if you download Good on You and you search for a product, they will tell you how much water is used and the product is taking the right initiatives. The company is taking the right initiatives in being sustainable. And there will be how cruelty it is, because also part of sustainable fashion is to make sure that animals are not being harmed when producing this fashion. So it's fashion that is good for everyone, for the environment, for that respects even the people who are making these products. Like for example, in Bangladesh, in China, this child labor is not being practiced and all that. So it's a whole it's everything from human perspective, economy, carbon emissions, greenhouse gases emissions. And our resources to preserve our resources, because we are the future generations, we young people. That's why we're very vocal about how we need to preserve our resources. So any innovation that is used to preserve our resources is very much, we should promote it. And also secondhand fashion and recycling campaigns, and also innovations that we could find how best to recycle in a way that will not pollute our environment, because also recycling can also still be creating negative impact in the environment. So that also is something that we should look into.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that another innovation, of course, is a major one, is education. As a youth, I self-educated using websites. However, in my school, for example, not many kids know about the impact that it has on the environment, or they're just blissfully ignorant due to low costs and microtrends. And so I believe that, as I said, eco-friendly campaigns should also move towards more school and education ideas, because I know a lot of schools, especially in Dubai, would be very open and welcome to allowing these campaigns to come in and just to educate younger children about this, because they are our future and the future of the environment.
Yeah, I think currently the discourse surrounding environmentalism and lowering our carbon footprint is sort of focused on a very select few people. The number of people here today who are going to talk about the impact of fashion on the environment, I think most of us know about it already. So it's about widening our reach to as many people as we can. And yes, those are definitely a very good way to do that.
Yeah, I think the UAE is sort of going the right direction in terms of promoting thrift stores and all of these sustainable fashion stores. But even now, if you walk into a mall, you don't really see any thrift stores or any sort of sustainable fashion outlets that are run in the UAE. For example, Thrift is a good example of one. You see more of the conventional stores that may or may not be using sustainable products. So I think that's something that we can probably look to having more in the UAE. So the next question is, what policies do the UAE or other countries have in place right now to help improve the sustainability in terms of fast fashion? And is there anything that we can add? Okay, so one of the 6 main objectives by the UAE's national agenda in 2021 was sustainable environment and infrastructure. So this led a lot of UAE UAE-based fashion companies to go towards more eco-friendly textiles. And the sustainable fashion is a goal under the UAE vision statement, and therefore I know that this is policy that the UAE is adhering to. And also, there are a lot of companies here that are partnered with the government to help sustainably dispose of clothes. So they pick up your clothes and they'll either give it to people in need, or they will use the materials to make new clothes and you use it. So these are good ones in the UAE. Outside of the UAE, for example, there's an EU policy that's now put into place trying to force companies to label the item of clothing with if it's made out of organic fibers or if it's made out of like composed of, for example, polyester. Because polyester is made from petroleum, fossil fuels, we know the environmental impact. However, the EU is making sure that it is not just on the small label inside, like your jacket, for example, but on the outside clearly where you can see if it's actually eco-friendly or not.
Yeah, increasing the transparency in clothing is really important. You mentioned organic fibers. So according to research, if you produce clothing organically, you can actually reduce about like 90% of the blue water waste. So if you instead of farming with fresh water that you get out of the ground, if you use like collected rainwater or gray water, it's gonna like significantly reduce the amount of water that's being used, and obviously that's really important in the impact for the environment. So if we start to see like very clearly and loudly which clothes are organic and which clothes are responsibly produced, that's definitely going to be good for like encouraging other companies to try and go in that direction as well, because you can see which clothes are better for you and which ones are not.
Different countries experience climate change differently and also the impacts. So, for example, in Dubai and UAE and other global and other countries, there is a rise in fast fashion, and so you see in African countries. Here is a big promote secondhand, but in African countries we try and stay away from secondhand and we try to not promote secondhand fashion. So you see it's a bit of a paradox. But because we do not have the infrastructure, to recycle, that's why we have climate justice, where we talk about equality when it comes to climate change and how we address loss and damage and solutions, because you see it's unfair. A lot of global companies they export all the unused and clothes that are not in good condition and very low quality to Africa. So we've had the case of Chile, where there's the Atacama Desert is illegal dump sites. So you see illegal dumping of secondhand clothes because they're not valuable. So people also have style in Africa. So no one wants to buy something that they cannot wear it twice or it doesn't look good, it's faded, it's torn. It takes so much also in that. So these clothes are discarded. And also we've seen a rise, there's a East Africa community that has banned this is trying to ban second-hand clothing trade in countries because of that, because they're polluting the environment and also people are not buying, so still people are not gaining any benefit from it. And there's been a fall of garment workers because of that. So people are going to second-hand clothing as opposed to making, clothes or supporting these local tailors. There's a lot of tailoring going on in Kenya because, that's how the local community can gain because they use their skills. So if you do not empower your local community, you keep importing. What about the local community that makes clothes authentic from eco-friendly material and also traditional ways of, just being cultural, just to empower the culture. So that's also one of the policies that's in Africa. We're trying to stay away from second-hand clothing to promote garment workers and to promote sustainable fashion.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see different policies from all over the world that are, they're very different, but they're all for the same cause. For example, adding like old materials that the products made of, or whether it be promoting more local producers of fashion. And I think that's something that we can learn from here and possibly in the future look at implementing similar policies. What are the future impacts that fast fashion can create globally if we don't look to changing the way we shop now?
One of the statistics that I think is often overlooked is that the fashion industry is actually the second largest consumer of water worldwide. The estimate is about, I think, 70 to 90 billion cubic meters of water a year, which is about 5% of the total number of fresh water extracted. So we know that it's a very big problem in our water consumption, and obviously in other areas as well, like in bleaching, like other chemicals to the environment. But I think if people even just knew what the impact of clothing was, that's one of the first steps that we need to take to sort of go towards a more sustainable path.
Yeah, microplastics in our ocean is obviously such a big problem because smaller organisms consume this, fishes consume smaller organisms, and then we consume fish. So this is adding plastic to our health, basically. So overall, health is decreasing. Also, another statistic which I wanted to say was that 10% of global CO2 output is due to fashion industry because of transport. So again, going back to e-commerce, the transport of like flights, of taking like packaging, all of this leads to so much carbon dioxide output, which will eventually lead to global warming. So this is a very big global impact for all of us, especially youth, which we need to definitely look at. And also it being the largest polluter after oil industries. Oil industries being fossil fuels, literally one of the biggest ones in the world is, and fashion comes just after it. I feel like that's definitely a statistic that also gets overlooked because we don't realize the impact of us just buying clothes.
Thank you. I'd like to read the prediction. So it's predicted that apparel consumption will rise 63% from 62 million tons today to 102 million tons in 2030. So that's a lot, and that means the more demand, the more production, capitalism, the more resources are used. So if we can find ways, then again, innovating in ways that we can reduce demand also through awareness, through climate education, through awareness campaigns, it would be great. And also young people, we have a say in this because if you see also consumption of fashion, if you see Instagram, you see a hit percentage with young people, you know, because of the surge in consumption. So if we reduce this in young people and raise awareness, it should be great. And also the other thing is, the other point is fast fashion, the microplastics. So if we stay away from microplastics, we are also being less dependent on fossil fuel industries, and that is one of the main issue, especially in COP27. It's sad to see that some of the companies that are big polluters are, part of the, partners for COP27. So these are, as youth, if we go and talk about how we do not want fossil fuel industries to be promoted, and how we can change that is we invest in eco-friendly fabrics, because if we take out polluters and fossil fuel industries, that means there will be no production or less production rather of fabric like polyester that is dependent on fossil fuel industry. So that's how we can, by opting out polluters and fighting against this pollution of the fossil fuel industry, we can gradually gravitate towards more eco-friendly and environmentally friendly production.
Yeah, so as youth, we have a big role to play when it comes to challenging the future predictions that we've just read out, and a lot of it comes to changing mindsets and educating others. With that, we would like to close the panel discussion and open the floor to you for any questions or points that you have.
Yeah, so I was like wondering, some countries or like some brands, they like greenwash a lot and they do like a really good job in hiding it. So like how can we avoid that?
I discovered an application called Good on You, and so far, it is estimated that fashion cannot be 100% sustainable yet because it's still innovations and there's still research needed inside the scientific research. But there are applications like Good on You that are readily available. If you can download it and you can just search, you can even use it as your guide even when you go to a mall. Sometimes that's what I do. I go to a mall and I search a company and it will give me the results. So it's up to me to decide whether I want to shop or not, but I have the information. So such innovations are one of the few that I can talk about. And if you have time as well, you can do your own research.
Yeah, and I think we've also mentioned like looking at labels and looking for sustainable materials on there, so I think that's good.
I think it's like if we decide as consumers to be more involved in respecting our traditional ways of dressing, I think this can be one big impact in solving all these problems. Because let's take for example, look at Mr. Fassé. Let's take Dubai as a whole. How the men dress, you understand? I can decide to have 5 of these ones. Nobody will know I have 5 of these in my wardrobe. You understand? Yeah. But if we are not practicing our traditional way of dressing, if I have one of these, if I use it today, tomorrow I use it, everybody will know I have only one of these ones. You understand? So like one way of solving this is to go back to our traditional way of dressing. That one will be a big impact. One of the solutions to this. Second, let's see how best government can relate with and industries that are responsible for this particular issue. And by telling them, let's create an initiative, innovation. Yeah, and some of these products that you are producing for our consumers should go back to you for a second use. With this, I think it will have a big impact. And the last thing for me is that we consumers also to change our mindset. For example, you can go to a ladies' shoe, you can see 50 pairs of shoes, 500 pairs of shoes. What are you doing with 5 or 50 pairs of shoes? You understand? You see, the enter one, maybe a boy or a girl has 60, 70 trousers. So if we can change all of these things, I think this can help greatly to solve all of these fashion problems.
Yes, and adding on to your point, also promoting a circular economy, like how Thrift is promoting, like you can change clothes, you can buy things, you can declutter. So we are promoting decluttering. So if your clothes, you buy clothes and you do not use it, you can declutter to Thrift for Good, and you can actually buy something from there. So you're buying someone else's clothes. It's like swapping, but adding money onto it. So I'm raising money for charity because the money then goes to charity. So it's like clothes are circulating. So that's also like circular economy, what you say, instead of like all things that you do not need, buy what you need. And I like what you talked about tradition wear. So that's why I was saying like in Kenya we want to promote our own culture and at least we can either export and keep importing. Thank you.
Yeah, all of these are really excellent points. Yeah, I think it's just that we need to sort of change our mindset and like sort of tone down our stigma surrounding secondhand clothes because now a lot of the time if we think about it's sort of associated with poverty. And as the world is developing, as standards of living rise, people obviously want to buy more clothes. But yeah, I think we should definitely sort of like educate people about the impact of their clothing and move towards more sustainable methods of better, even if you have fewer qualities, fewer articles of clothing, but they're like better quality moving towards more traditional methods as well. So in that regard, UAE is a very good example of being proud of their culture and of reviving their clothing and of holding on to it.
Yeah, I agree because especially Western fashion, it's known that if you wear clothing, there's sort of a stigma around it. It proves that you're not, for example, rich enough or fashionable enough to get like other pieces of clothing, where it's actually just you wearing what you want because you're like proud of what you want to wear, you're proud of your own fashion sense. You don't need to adhere to someone else's. And I do agree in the idea of keeping your traditional clothing. As I said before, a lot of our cultures, we do a lot of rewearing and we pass down a lot of clothing articles. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so it all comes back to quality, not quantity again, being the holistic. Like the idea of having a capsule wardrobe or sticking to your cultures. Um,
And also, I can say also it's the pressure of wanting to fit in. When you see in fashion or when you see a rich person wearing Louis Vuitton or all these brands, you want to also see that you belong. So also we have to be proud of who we are on our journey, and we don't have to just be wanting to belong to a culture or like a status, because that's why we have fake brands, because they look at people's psychology and how it works, and that's how we see fake brands are successful. So if we go back to being authentic, being our true selves, and just saying I don't need a designer to be behind me, my own style is behind me. I think that also will take us to a better direction, and also promoting talent. So you see like how you can upcycle denim jackets, and you see how use like they use eco-fibers of paint, to fabric paint, to either like draw on you've seen like jackets and all that. So this is the kind of like talents we have to promote in fashion, like to put a person's talents or a person's personality in their clothes. So I would say upcycling is also one of the major innovation we should come with.
Yeah, I think that's all for the fashion panel for now. Now I would like to.
I have a point. Obviously, this is a youth forum, not a youth. But I saw so many very good points today. I just feel that you all are all converted, and the sort of older generation like me are not converted, right? And the media that you have used, we don't use that media. So the points are so good, so many good points came up. I wish you all would use another media, and still like to use newspapers. So I'm sure you nobody reads the newspapers. But I'm just saying that the media on getting the messages out was because older consumers have more spending power, right? We are bigger polluters than the youth. And unfortunately, we don't even realize it. So I keep trying to hide my old t-shirt and my wife who t-shirt out. I love it so much, right? So there is these kind of things which I feel that the messages should be also given on different mediums which older consumers get. I don't know how to use Snapchat, but I will use Instagram. That's the level of my youth. So that's just a point I was making.
Yeah, for sure. I think that the older generation isn't like a generation that we can simply ignore because they also consume fashion. They may not be as much into fashion as the youth, but they definitely still contribute to the climate change impact of fashion.
And I think that's a great point also, because you can influence your children the kind of fashion or brands that.
Children should influence the.
No, I'm saying it can be both ways, because if you're educated also, if you're aware, if we are aware, so it creates that balance and intersection.
Okay. So that's it for now. Now I would like to welcome Deepthi Sarai and P. Master, who are youth representing the Broadway Yoga Center. The Raja Yoga Center is organized the first LCOY in the UAE. It was conducted online due to the impact of COVID-19. However, they have also extended their help in organizing the LCOY 2022 by providing us with outreach in their social media accounts. And they will be talking about how meditation can help with overcoming eco-anxiety. So over to you.
Thank you. My name is Sai, and I am associated with projects since 4 years. With me, yes, everyone. My name is Bhakti Bhaskar, and I've been with the Yoga Center for 4 years. So, Advanced Yoga Center is what enables us to reconnect with our values and our inner strength through the power of meditation. So that is the yoga for the mind. We have programs that we facilitate people from all walks of life. And under the Rajuga Environment Initiative, we host a variety of initiatives, including cleanup drives, outdoor meditation, and LCOY, like I mentioned. And it's also a way of looking after our inner environment and then being able to also balance that by looking after the outer environment. So that's what Rajuga is.
Alright, so today we are going to cover the topic about eco-anxiety and how meditation can help with that. And we can look at eco-anxiety as a trigger that can help about change. We shouldn't be running away from it, but rather we should listen to it and be patient with it. Instead of moving away from eco-anxiety, we should learn from it. And typically, eco-anxiety stems from what we watch, what we read, what we listen about what's going wrong about the environment. And eventually that will lead to a lot of overthinking, and that's quite overwhelming. And nowadays, that's what a lot of the youth are facing today.
And therefore, the more we meditate, and as regular meditators, we find that it's now become possible for us to be able to, address through this power of meditation, and we are able to transform negative thought forms into more positive ones, such as thoughts of fear, worry, anxiety can be transformed into thoughts of calmness and about optimism and bring more hope. And that's why we feel the more positive mindset that we create, we are able to channelize our energy into a more meaningful action. So instead of worrying too much, we are able to then do something and create a difference. And with that, I'd like to also, we want to talk about how that affects is on an individual level. Of course, it creates a difference, but then I don't think I can do it alone if I want to make a difference to the world outside, or if I want to, create an impact.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, we need to connect with the like-minded people that share the same values, so that you're not only doing the change individually, but you're doing the change as a collective. You're making a difference collectively.
And I remember how I was able to create harmony and create a positive relationship with the environment, where at one time I found that I was having fear towards specifically the mountains. So every year I go to my home country and I have to go to a place which is in the mountain regions. And in that place, I used to always have fear. For that 1 hour, I used to feel very sick. I used to go out. And I said, I need to develop a relationship here, a positive relationship. And with that, I tried to foster friendship with that particular, relationship that I need to build. And with that, I started to look at the mountains as my friend. And I started to look at, the qualities that it has, how mighty it is, how strong it is. And I thanked it for being there.
and for being, a defense barrier to protect from other, any kind of dangers. And the more I looked at its values, I realized that, that 1 hour passed so easily, and just by being so mindful and connecting with nature can calm you down so much that ever since then I never felt sick, passing through or going in mountain areas. So I believe that the more we foster that kind of relationship, we're able to harmonize with the environment. And also, it is meditation that helps us to create respect for all life forms, for the environment, for people, and be able to create a difference.
That's a really amazing story, and it's also a way of reconnecting with the environment as your best friend, right? So you wouldn't be having anxiety towards your best friend, right? And I think that's a beautiful relationship point. So you always think about the environment as your best friend. That's how you can build a good relationship.
And also, there are, specifically, we'd like to talk about, there have been times where we may have, and for sure we have, misused, overused, and polluted the environment. So the only way I believe we can create a reconciliation is through, what do you think? How do you reconcile with somebody?
Make it up to them, maybe. You make it up to them, try and find a solution.
Yeah, absolutely. And how do you make it up to them?
Like when you have an argument with your friend or when something goes wrong, how do you go up to your friend? What do you do?
And what else?
Yeah. There you go.
So that's how we can reconcile with all the elements in nature. And this is where I'd like to take the opportunity to lead you into a guided meditation. And I can just talk about all the 5 elements. Do you know all the 5 elements? The earth, water, air, fire, space. Yeah, so we can go to all the 5 elements and have a conversation with them, and through visualization develop a positive relationship. Yeah, it's very simple. We're just going to take a step back mentally and withdraw our attention from everything that's outside of you. Holding on to your phone, so you can put it aside, and just focus your attention inwards. I'd like for you to take a deep breath and release. Let go of any thoughts of worry, any thoughts which are not serving you in the present moment, any thoughts about the future, just set it aside. Relax your body completely. Think of yourself being in a place of nature, sitting by the seashore, having your feet firmly on the ground, watching the calm waves soothing your mind. Sitting under the clear blue sky, under the warmth of the sun, and with the cool breeze blowing on your face. You feel comfortable and completely relaxed. Now we'll connect with each element of nature, making it up to them. Let's connect with Mother Earth. I thank Mother Earth for being my home, for keeping me grounded, for providing for me, sustaining all the life forms. I have taken you for granted many times, and I'm sorry about that. I realize my mistake and I choose to be more mindful the next time. I've never had the chance before to give you anything in return but today, with a heart full of gratitude, I send you love and peace. Thank you for being there. Next, I connect with the energy of water. I thank water for being the source of all life. Without you, I wouldn't exist. I thank you for nurturing me, for nourishing me, for hydrating me. I'm sorry that I have polluted you so much. I realize now that I will choose to be more mindful next time. I'm sorry. I never before had the chance to reconcile with you, but today I seek forgiveness and I send you waves of love from my heart. Waves of peace. I now connect with the energy of space and sky. With you, I've had the privilege to enjoy various weathers, the rain, the clouds, the rainbow. I'm so grateful for having enjoyed different weathers. I thank you. And with a heart full of gratitude, I seek your forgiveness for consciously and unconsciously polluting you. I will be more mindful the next time. In my mind, I'm also creating thoughts about how I'm going to be mindful not to pollute. With a heart full of gratitude, I send the sky space, love, and gratitude. Now I move my attention towards the sun. I thank the sun for being the warmth, keeping me under the blanket of protection, or giving me the perfect temperature. And thank you for all that you do, for providing the source of energy to the earth. I've never before valued you. Today, I want to extend my gratitude, my love towards you. For all the times that I haven't valued you, I am sorry. I seek your forgiveness, and from my heart, I send you love. Now I move my attention towards the air. You are the source that I exist. You are the source for every breath I take. I thank you for providing me with fresh, clean air. I have polluted you with all the choices that I've made. I am, and I choose now to be more mindful about my choices of transport, of consuming all that I do that pollutes you. I seek your forgiveness and with gratitude from my heart, I send you love. Let waves of love reach out to all the five elements and notice how they calm down Notice how you have now created a beautiful relationship. Gently return your awareness to your surroundings. Become aware of yourself in a space that is empowered, that is peaceful, as well as relaxed. Consider ways that you will now choose to be mindful. Reflect silently. Are there any changes that you would like to bring? Is there anything that you feel can benefit the environment? Let's take a pledge and promise to the environment that from now you are going to be mindful. So this is how we feel.
And here in this moment, we should be happy and silent. And we should be mindful and we should observe from the place about how we consume as much as only what we need so that we have enough for the generations to come. And we're also in an environment where we need to be careful about what we use.
So that's how we heal the environment and also heal ourselves from any anxiety. And it's been great being here. It's been a pleasure, and thank you all for participating in this collective meditation. Do you have any questions for us? And how many of you have participated in meditation for the first time? If you can raise your hands. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Great. How did you feel? Any questions? Alright, this is something that you can do even on your own by having a positive relationship with the environment. I think you will no longer have to feel any ego anxiety. Alright, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, everyone. That was a great session. So we're gonna have a 20-minute break and then we'll resume afterwards. Hi everyone, welcome back to the LCOY 2022 Day 2. So we've all heard of of agriculture as one of the most impactful industries when it comes to climate change because of its impact on deforestation. In fact, it is the fourth largest polluting industry in the world. Therefore, it is important to discuss how this industry can mitigate its impact on the climate. Next up, we welcome Dr. Tariqa Al-Zabi, Director General of the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, and Dr. Sharbel Taraf, Senior Manager of our Corporate Services and Development at the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture. And they will be talking about the role of the agricultural industry to challenge climate change on both local and global levels, specifically focusing on the role of ICDA, an international non-profit research for development organization that aims to strengthen agricultural productivity in marginal and salient environments. So on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having us here. Myself and Dr. Sharbel met few in another event last week. And we were very excited with the invite. And before the invite, it was really the energy of contributing to climate change mitigation, and also to understand about environment and what's going on in this globe, especially when it comes to climate change, environment, and food security. We at ICBA, and I hope that you have heard about ICBA by now, it is the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture. We're based and hosted in United Arab Emirates. We are an international organization that we operate in more than 40 countries around the world with the purpose to find innovative solutions in agriculture, specifically speaking about food security and sustainable resources, in order to answer a number of questions. How do we grow food that will be enough to feed the globe in marginal environments? And you will hear us a lot speaking about marginal environment, particularly. And these are areas where we're talking about 1.75 billion people live in marginal environment. They're very vulnerable. And in fact, United Arab Emirates is marginal environment. And the question is, some countries have the economic well-being and the finances to find different solutions to answer challenges related to climate change and environmental challenges. But some countries have also limited economies and limited finances in order for them to invest in such solutions. So we at CENT as a center, we're looking at innovative solutions, not only when we speak about high tech, but also we are considering low tech, as long as they are efficient and they give us the answers for these challenges. So we're talking about water scarcity. You know, the resources associated with water is scarce. And not only that, we're talking also about salinity and how and what can we do with saline water. The utilization of fresh water when it comes to agriculture. Our agricultural system depends on around 70% of water to create food, around 40% of food globally. And what we can do is, if people are using water anyway, why can't they use those resources efficiently? So some of the solutions that our scientists experimented, I would say, is creating something called a crop calculator. And it is really installing sensors and using Internet of Things to understand how much is each plant requires water. And by this approach, we will be able to not over-irrigate or under-irrigate plants. Another thing is, from the name of the center, we are Biosaline Center. So the question is, how can we use salt water, saline water, when we speak about either seawater or when we speak about brackish and brine, which is rejected water from desalination. So how can we really use this water, which is sometimes considered waste water, especially the one rejected resulted from desalination, how can we use it for agriculture or to create a better food system? So the scientists came up with something called integrated aqua agriculture system. We take the water, the seawater, we desalinate the water, and then the fresh water, we use it to irrigate crops that require fresh water, and the saline water, which is the high saline water resulted from the desalination, is used to grow fish. So we bring a fish tank, and we have the special type of fish that can really, I would say, contain salinity and can really still survive in such high saline water. And then we use that water also to irrigate a special type of crops called helophyte. Helophytic crops mean salt-loving crops. These crops, like saliconia, usually thrives on saline water. So this way we find a solution to tackle the issues, utilizing the seawater, utilizing the fresh water in the right way, and also try to irrigate a special type of crops, which is helophytic crops using this kind of saline water. The other solution is how can we really work with date funds? You know, date funds is a national trade here in the UAE, Middle East and North Africa, I would say. So a lot of people depend on it. And it's usually over-irrigated by people. We usually irrigate it in the summer, same level we irrigate it in the winter. The thing is, date funds consume a lot of water. And through the crop calculator, we were able to understand different mechanisms where we can do soil amendment, and that reduce the consumption of water between 20 to 50%, which is something really good for agriculture and farmers to consider. And with that also, when we irrigate the saline water, so we have an experiment, it is one of the oldest experiments in ICFA, where we have 18 different varieties of date palm. We irrigate it with different level of saline water, and we measure the impact of the fruit tamar, and we check the impact on the physical characteristics of the plants as well, and we look at the yield and the productivity. And we discovered that there are a number of types which are really, really suitable to be irrigated by saline water. On the glass, we have Ajwat al-Madina. So we have produced those types which are really good in terms of quality, in terms of production, productivity when it comes to a certain percentage of saline water. What else we do? With the climate change, you know that we have, it has an impact on the way we grow crops. So if we want to have sustainable crops, either we grow them on the open field, and we need to find solutions on what type of crops can grow on an open field, or we do something which is a protected agriculture, like the net house and greenhouse and vertical farming, etc. So when it comes to the crops, the scientists, we were experimenting different types of crops. We call them smart crops, not smart in terms of digital, but they are smart in terms of adapting to the salinity and to the climate change. So we have identified, through breeding exercises and experiments that the scientists are doing, identified a number of crops that can really, I would say, survive under a certain level of salinity, of which is quinoa. We eat quinoa, it is healthy. Some statement people say it has very good percentage of protein, amino acid, and also other minerals that are good for the health consumption. So when it comes to quinoa, we worked and we identified 5 different varieties that are suitable for our marginal environment. And also we try to focus on how is it being cooked and how people can eat it. As you know, food is personal. Not every crop we can come up with and we share with people, people will enjoy it. So we need to make sure that we speak about the complete value chain, from farm to fork. We go and we teach the farmers how can they grow these kind of crops, but also we teach them at the same time the harvesting, how can they really cook it, and what type of food they can do it. Another crop is really, we're speaking about sorghum, pearl millet, a number of crops that are, again, as I mentioned, they're good for marginal environment. I mentioned also saliconia, which is again the helophytic crops. We have worked with a number of private sector in the food industry, and now we're talking about saliconia infused burger. We're speaking about saliconia crackers, and again saliconia smoothies. So the idea, there are so many crops around us, and they are suitable for our type of marginal environment. The question is, what are these crops? How do we eat those crops? People ate them in the past differently, well, we could probably be more creative when it comes to preserving these crops. The last example I will share with you before I pass it on to Dr. Sherbet is the protected agriculture and its impact on environment. As you know, if we are going to change the environment to grow crops, we need to either sometimes use more energy or we use more water, especially for those greenhouses. So the idea is how can we come up with different solution of those models where they will consume less energy at the same time they will consume less water. So now our scientists are doing a number of experiments where they will be using saline water for cooling, for example, those greenhouses. And also we are talking about using solar panel in order to make sure that we are utilizing energy. And what can we do with the the increase of emission if we speak about CO2? And these are the big challenges that we are trying to find answers with, is working with different students and different experts in the field of engineering, environmental sciences, also even marketing, trying to create different concepts and different awareness to people. Last, I would mention that with all those technologies and solutions we're talking about, the next question is, how do we bridge the gap between science and application? We are at the research center. We are aware of the challenges associated with the climate change. We have come up with a solution. The question is, how can we make the solution transferable to people and sustainable when it comes to application? And this is where Dr. Shabir will take you through this journey.
Thank you, Dr. Tamika. And thank you very much, really, for the invite. It brings sort of emotions in a way because, I mean, I am close to like, I'm 2 months short of completing my second year at ICBA. I come from an academic background. I was a professor at the American University of Beirut and also Associate Dean of Student Affairs. So my connection with youth is something that I miss, as a matter of fact. This is on one hand. On the other hand, I really salute you, I mean, just like as youth, just like for those initiatives that you are doing. You are doing the things that our generation didn't do. On the contrary, I mean, our generation ruined the environment or contributed to the ruining of the environment. And I want to just, before talking about my experience at ICBA and what we do at ICBA, just like something that happened with me a long time ago when I was still doing my PhD. I mean, I come from Lebanon. And before going to the US to do my PhD, I passed by Germany. I started like a stint in Germany doing research and working there. And coming from Lebanon, I mean, just in Germany, much more advanced country. And then I, as a Lebanese at that time, never heard about recycle, reuse, I mean, all these things. I mean, Germans were very advanced in these things. There are small things that I learned in the research institute that I was working, like reusing the papers that, I mean, like as scratch papers, instead of throwing it, just like use it as scratch paper to write on. And I got used to that. Then I went to the US to do my PhD. Just I'm giving this example to tell you how our generation and sometimes mindsets. So I was working in the lab, and then, I mean, I was working on the computer, and then there is another guy, an American guy, next to me, and there was this printer in the middle, just like. So I was typing, and then I printed it. Oh, and then I realized that there is a mistake. Okay, and then I had to, Jeff, I had to reprint it again. I had to correct and reprint. So Jeff took the papers, and then wanted to throw them in the garbage. He said, no, just give them to me. I mean, I reuse them. You are in America, man. I didn't get what he said. You are an American man. So, yes, I am an American. What does it mean? So the sense that I got, I mean, I come from Lebanon, a poor country, I mean, just like, I mean, where we reuse things, they did not think about reusing it to save the environment. So again, things have changed, and that was a long time ago. So again, I'm saying this to really salute you again, really for the efforts that you are doing and your generation should be doing, okay, to correct what we did. Coming back to what Dr. Tarifa is talking about, what we do at TICA. Yes, knowledge can be produced. Research results can be produced, can be published. Some people can read it, some people, I mean, just if you are an expert in the field, who would be interested from you to read about siliconia or about, I don't know, whatever we do as research, okay? Unless we really take this knowledge and transfer it somewhere else at different levels, because what we do as capacity development, okay? So there are definitely different things of capacity development that we do at TICA. As I always say, our capacity development activities come in different shapes and forms. Okay? So we have capacity development that we tailor, let's say, for youth. There are certain activities that we do in the Emirates Soil Museum that we host at TICA that are targeted towards youth, kids from schools or university students, to talk about several things: soil, environment, agriculture, climate, whatever, name it. So we have activities that are more geared towards scientists. So let's say you come from different countries in Africa and Central Asia or whatever. So we transfer that knowledge to them through capacity development activities that we do either in the field directly, or we tailor also certain activities, workshops for them to talk about those different research activities that we do at ICFA. We have a specific program, for example, called AULA, Arab Women Leaders in Agriculture. Okay, so again, this is a program which is tailored towards a specific group of people, Arab women leaders who are scientists, officials in agricultural institutions in their countries. So we focus again on leadership in general. We focus on research that we do at ICBA, innovations that we are working on, and several. So there are different modules. Sometimes we have, let's say, certain community initiatives where we invite partners, and talk to them about what we do at ICBA and in the effort to transfer that knowledge that we are producing. So that knowledge is not sequestered within ICBA. So we transfer it, okay? And many other specific courses that say there are certain, you as a team, for example, you want to learn more about protected agriculture. Okay, so we might tailor an activity towards that and offer it to those individuals. So again, ICBA is a very small institution. ICBA alone cannot do all these things. So that's why partnership is very important for us. Partnership, okay, with research institutes in all the countries that we work in Africa, Central Asia, and many other places. We have partnership with institutions in the US, in Canada, in Argentina. So we are not limited in terms of our work. Probably is limited to marginal environments. Okay, but however, our partnership extends beyond that because we also learn from those institutions. So it's not a one-way street. It's a two-way thing. So there are many technologies that we get from the West, okay, that we want to try at ICBA, and that's why we have what's called at ICBA a testing platform for certain technologies that it works, let's say, in Canada, but we don't know if this technology will work in the UAE or in other marginal environments. So this is just grosso modo is what we do at ICBA in terms of transferring that knowledge that our scientists produce, and we try to really be connected with research institutions, with academic institutions, with farmers. Okay, so that way again we, instead of, how do you say it, seeing the half empty of the cup, we are seeing the half full of the cup, and try to add more to the knowledge in the hope that we all, you and us, learn and try to mitigate all those problems that we are having currently. And we are realizing, at least, that's why I said at the very beginning, our generation may be ruined. At least now we are realizing that there is a problem and we are trying to address this problem. Thank you very much.
With this and with what Dr. Shervin mentioned, would like to share with you the last example of how you can contribute to the climate change locally and globally with ICWA. So we have come up with something called YOUNGO, Youth Engagement Society. It's a program where we can talk about 4 ways. Which one is to inspire you about what's happening? I mean, what you are talking about, this gathering is basically inspires all about all those challenges. So what's happening with water? What's happening with land? How is the climate change is impacting us here in the UAE or any other country globally? So we need this inspiration to happen. We need you to be aware of all the climate change challenges that are happening. Secondly, we need to connect you. ICWA, yes, we open different chapters at different universities. So we have already sort of collaboration with the American University of Cairo. We do have a collaboration with university in Uzbekistan, and also in Wageningen University, we're opening a chapter there. And also we're opening and signing an MOU soon in Jordan. So we're bringing many youth, of course, Zayed University, shouldn't miss that for sure, and United Arab Emirates University, American University of Sharjah, and also University of Sharjah. So we are coming together with the youth there to start connecting youth with all those problems. If I say there are a challenge with water, I am a Zayed University student, I may have a solution. And another student in the American University of Cairo also suffered from the water scarcity issue, but we have another solution. So the idea, how can we really join forces and how can we join heads together and bring the brains together to think of those solutions? Once our model is ICWA. I for inspire. C, we connect youth together. And B, there is something called biodiversity. Sure that many of you knows about the biodiversity when it comes to solution, when it comes to crops biodiversity, when it comes to looking at the protecting crops, and what can we do in terms of crops in order for us to ensure that what grows in Egypt can be grown and replicated in the UAE. Maybe it can be replicated in another country with different climate conditions. So we can ensure that we contribute differently to the climate change solutions and also to the food systems around the world, where we can introduce different types of crops. And after that, we inspire you, we connect you, you know more about the solution, and now what can you do? The action. Action it could be a collaborative project, it could be an entrepreneurship, and this is something really in one of the courses that Dr. Shelby mentioned, entrepreneurship, and how can we get more of those people interested to make businesses within also the field of agriculture. It's not only about food and fashion and so many nice things around it, digital marketing, but also about food security and about agriculture and about the future of farming. So with all this model, we'll try now to bring more of those ideas together at ICWA, where you can come and receive proposals from you. Maybe we can collaborate it and we join you with some of our scientists where we can come up with a better solutions that will be applied and implemented to make life much better under the circumstances of climate change.
Does anyone have any questions, first of all?
So, Sam had mentioned about just not growing crops, but making that come to the table. So I have like an ideal suggestion. I've not been well connected with that. What we could do is do a glamorizing of using these saline crops in the UAE, or glamorizing of using these crops which are so hard. So you can reach out to these celebrity chefs like Gordon Ramsay, or UAE has like right now Dubai has just opened up the Michelin star guide. Okay, so these are these famous chefs and these famous restaurants. If they start promoting, using quinoa, using your saline crops and burgers, and having that advertisement, I'm sure that the poorer people will just go and start using them. And also those high income generating people who can spend so much on food and experiences will also start using that. And when it becomes like a trend, we've seen that whenever things are a trend, or whenever we target the psychology of people, that becomes more widespread. So we like maybe start motivating people in the right direction, and start using that psychology in a positive way. It would help a lot.
Yeah, I think definitely, and this is partly what we are doing, not necessarily with those chefs that you mentioned, but I mean, as a matter of fact, we are doing that here in UAE. So I mean, alone we are a research center. We don't have a food science department in our center, but we partnered with Dr. Tarifa can talk more about, because this happened before even my time at ICWA. So we are doing that, but at a smaller scale. Yes, you are right. I mean, and Dr. Tarifa mentioned, I mean, introducing new things, not necessarily because we don't work only in the UAE. Okay, so introducing, let's say, replacing rice with quinoa could be a problem for many people. I mean, so replacing wheat with quinoa is an issue. But I mean, you have to find a way in order to at least, not necessarily complete replacement, but at least introducing that crop, okay, where it can be grown in those marginal environments. So we talk at quinoa, but there are so many other crops. I mean, we were talking the other day, Dr. Tarifa and I, and our colleagues in the center. So about staple crops. I mean, cassava, let's say, it's a staple crop in certain countries in Africa. Fonia, I think, was, I mean, I don't even know how to pronounce it. So, but this is a crop, okay, which is important staple crop in those parts of the world. So again, I'll leave it to Dr. Tarifa.
No, that's well said, Dr. Shabir. I think you read our minds. I mean, this is exactly how we get connected with youth, and we get inspired, and you inspire us too. So I think this is really wonderful to see how you can imagine that this is the way forward if we have discovered a crop that will be also suitable. So I'll give you 3 examples of what we've done. One is in Expo 2020. ICWA had a booth, a stand there. It's called Desert Farm stand, where we have showcased the type of food and crops that can be done. We also have introduced something called the Halifati Kitchen, and not so famous. I hope the chefs are not listening to me now. They're famous, of course, in their own area, but not the names you mentioned. However, we were engaging them in coming up with different recipes of those food. So Halifati Kitchen, and we can invite you. I mean, the ladies from Zayed University soon will be experiencing the Halifati Kitchen at ICWA. And again, we extend an open invitation. If the youth club would like one day to organize a Halifati Kitchen for them at ICWA, you will be also experiencing cooking with those Halifati crops and quinoa and other crops that we are researching, but also trying to promote them through different dietary systems. The third activity, I'm flying on the 5th of October to Netherlands, Amsterdam, Floriade, which is again the Expo version where it talks about city and saline city, and which is we do have a stand with the UAE government, the UAE within the UAE pavilion there, where we're speaking about California, and we will be doing an open live cooking session with a proper chef, of course, trying to promote for all those recipes to different nationalities to learn on how can they eat California, and we're doing in fact the falafel California.
So
was actually assigned to volunteer there, and I was volunteering in the desert farm, and I think I saw you. Yes. Yeah. And I was there for a couple of 10 days, and that's when I got to know about the aircon integrated system and everything, and the life model, fishes, everything that she's explained just came to my passion, to my mind. And it's pretty interesting how this is all correlated, you know, that environment.
And this is the impact we want. Thank you so much for sharing with us this experience.
No, it's my pleasure.
It's our pleasure.
Thank you so much for a great discussion. It was really interesting to find out more about what it is. Really great.
Thank you.
So we have another session now. So we just had our agriculture speaker, but another industry that is not actually talked about a lot is construction. So construction actually emits about 6 billion tons of greenhouse gases every year, which is a lot. So we have a very special speaker, Mr. Tim Shelton, who is going to speak to us about his work at Arcadis and what they're doing to tackle climate change in the construction industry.
I'm going to leave this here. Hopefully my voice is loud enough to hear me at the back. Okay. Yeah, firstly, thank you for having me here. We're talking about some incredibly important issues. I think, being able to present to you guys is incredibly inspiring. You are the voice of the future. We'll be helping to transform industries, which is ultimately what I'm going to talk to you about today. So I'm a leader within Arcadis around transformation, more specifically around digital transformation and innovation. A lot of the solutions that we're driving at the moment are very sustainable, focused around sustainability. So a key issue that we need to address. Sustainability is actually the heart of what Arcadis does. Arcadis are a consultancy of about 33,000 people globally. Added another 3,000 to our workforce due to recent acquisition of a digital company. We work throughout the life cycle of an asset and infrastructure. There we go. So I'm going to talk more specifically around decarbonisation in the construction industry. I'm going to talk broadly at an industrial level, not specifically around some of the stuff that Arcadis is doing necessarily. So I think the bigger messages are in that kind of bigger picture that we need to look at. So we're grappling with a whole bunch of global issues at the moment. This isn't just construction. You see that we're responding to. These are trends that are going on around the world, every industry is having. Some of that's mass urbanisation and the emergence of smart cities, demographic change, migration, climate change, and energy transition. Obviously, energy has been becoming more of a hot topic over the last few months, unfortunately, with the issues that are happening in Europe. Digitalisation, cybersecurity, AI, emerging technologies that we're hoping to scale and harness. But we face a natural world in decline. We're still using a lot of natural resources in terms of developing our globalisation, how well-being. These are all issues that every industry is grappling with. In terms of construction, though, we as an industry aren't keeping up. Never before has the world needed an efficient, productive, and intelligent industry in order to build the assets that ultimately, we as humans do. And I think that is highlighted by this particular graph. It's a few years old now. I stole it from McKinsey. You can see that as an industry, the orange line there, productivity is barely moved in 20 years, which shows, unfortunately, we're an industry that's not particularly innovative. We're not leveraging technologies, we're not changing as quickly as we should. And why is that? Well, as an industry, it's very cyclical in terms of demand. It's not a constant, an industry that delivers constant, modularized, consistent products. There's very, very low barriers to entry. So anybody really, can enter the industry, which causes this huge fragmentation, if you like, which means it's very, very difficult to drive change and align, the vast array of different stakeholders to change. Lowest bid wins. Unfortunately, this is right across our industry as well. When we put tenders out for construction projects, we always go for the lowest price. We don't look beyond the scope that we issue to the market. We don't look at value. We don't look at how those contractors are willing to change and what they're doing to change, the extra value brought to that environment. There's huge skill scarcity as well. It's an aging workforce. There's some frightening numbers out there in terms of the skills that are just naturally being lost due to retirement, and ultimately, going to work in more exciting industries, industries that generally have an impact. Industry fragmentation, we have misaligned contracts and incentives. I've seen a lot of contracts in construction that are really biased towards the client, which makes it incredibly risky for a contractor to actually do business. It's cash driven as well. So if you have late payments, the whole value chain just falls over. And then lastly, technology utilization, which I'll come to. Again, I sold on this. This was an infographic that was put together by Boston Consulting Group and World Economic Forum. I think just highlight some of those big numbers that we're trying to deal with. Urbanisation means that I found this incredible actually, 200,000 people are added to urban areas every day. Cities need to accommodate that increase, and the construction industry needs to build the assets to allow that to happen. 30% of all greenhouse gas emissions are attributed to buildings. That is in the processing of materials, through construction, through the building, and then the operating of those buildings, which is astounding. So actually, we're an industry that has a huge responsibility to do things differently. There's $1 trillion globally that's needed to fund infrastructure now. So the call to arms is there effectively, but the investment case has been made to put more money into attention around talent acquisition workforce as well. So sustainability, in my opinion, and more specifically decarbonisation, will be the most important driver of industry change over the next 5 years. It has to happen. It's as simple as that. And as an industry, we're at this kind of pivotal moment. Not enough has been done in the past, but now I think the call to action is there. So when we look at CO2 emissions, again, I've borrowed this from McKinsey. You can actually see that we have to look at the entire value chain. It's not just the physical constructing of buildings, it's the entire value chain we need to look at in terms of the impact of the industry. There's two standout areas, as you can see. The first one is 28% of those CO2 emissions is actually in processing raw materials, and specifically in cement production. Actually, it's a highly carbon-intensive sub-industry. And then 69% is in the actual operations and using those assets. For the eagle-eyed amongst you, probably see that 28 plus 2 plus 69 is equal 100. I'll put it down to the rounding. Like McKinsey. There are things that we are doing, actually, at the moment, that we need to build on. So specifically, in processing raw materials, there's a lot being done. First one is in concrete additives. Now, I'm a Manchester University graduate. I don't know if any of you have heard of graphene, this new 2D super material. Graphene was discovered at University of Manchester by two Russian scientists. And they discovered that if you add graphene to concrete, you can actually reduce the amount or the volume of concrete by up to 30%, which then obviously has a direct impact on the amount of CO2 you produce. So these are still early use cases, but there's hope that these new technologies within additives will really grow. So, in fact, I think there's a test project or pilot project being done in Abu Dhabi, just down the road, in terms of how we can scale that. 3D printing as well. We're just around the corner from what claims to be the world's first 3D printed office. It's something that actually, you're bringing industrial manufacturing out into the field, which means you control waste. It's not just about automating the process and cutting out the human element. It's about reducing waste as well. And I think there's huge potential there for 3D printing. We also have design and manufacturing and modularization. So more and more construction is being shifted off-site, in controlled environments, and then being brought to site and essentially put together like a big Lego set. Now again, when you're constructing in a controlled environment, you can do a lot more in terms of waste, drive more efficiency through that. In terms of the operations, how we can reduce our reliance on carbon and energy reporting. It may seem very boring, but there are very tactical things that we can do to reduce that reliance. So insulation shading, reduce the amount of solar gain. You see that a lot in this as well. Intelligent heating and cooling systems. So actually, using more efficient ways of cooling. And then lastly, which I think is becoming more and more important, is this building control system. So in effect, the brain of the building can automatically shut things off, turn things on, as per demand of the building. All of those technologies you can see at the moment, but unfortunately, a lot of them are perceived as being too cost prohibitive. So a client will see the design of a building and will start stripping scope out to get it down to the price that they want. So we have to change our mindsets from more of a capital cost to more of an operating cost. So if we can see longer term returns over the life of the asset, which means we have to spend a little bit more up front, this is the sort of thing that we need to start with. This again, I think this is a useful chart because it basically shows the impact of different stakeholders on the industry and how they have effects potentially on carbon reduction. Probably the most important for me, and this isn't just because I really work within the space, the biggest impact any one group of stakeholders can have is actually the design of that asset, the engineering. And there's a lot of things that are being done within that space as well. I'm sure you recognise the image at the top. This was literally just across the road. I was actually involved in the Museum of the Future. I was working for Miras at the time. And we basically put forward the guidelines around how that building was going to be designed, not in terms of the physical design, but the processes that were going to be used in order to bring that design to life. So we put out the first building information modelling guidelines, and what that did is it creates the art of the possible in many ways. You can design in more effective ways. It aligns stakeholders in terms of the design of that building. It basically means you can test, simulate different designs a lot easier, and you can test and simulate different materials as well, which I think is important for decarbonisation. That was supposed to be a video on that doesn't seem to be playing. What about is digital twin. And that is take the BIM model and you can start adding different data sets into it. And more excitingly, I think, is you can start actually plugging that design into different smart systems to gather data from real living, breathing buildings. Through doing that, again, you can simulate different types of demand on that building, so you can reduce the amount of energy demand on that building at any one time. I think the whole concept of digital twins is going to be really, really important to drive that optimization around building usage and therefore reduce carbon emissions. So what are the big drivers then around use change and decarbonisation in the industry moving forward? I think ESG is really important. Environmental social governance. What ESG does is it mobilises capital, puts it into the right projects. And I think obviously big, large programs of work in construction, very, very capital intensive. And I think what those financiers are going to start doing is demanding to understand the credentials of that particular project and how it's going to impact in terms of carbon. So I think there's a big role to play through ESG finance as EPC requirements, net zero. Obviously, different governments are enacting different regulation on industries, and those performance or energy performance certifications that need to be adhered to within buildings, they are obviously on the rise, and I think that will gradually lift an expectation around energy usage in buildings. Rising cost of energy as well. It's something that we're now all having to grapple with, and as I said before, especially acute over the last 6 months or so with what's going on. I think it's fair to say that the cost of energy is only going to go upwards, at least in the short term. So it's going to really drive more of a focus thought around how we reduce driving efficiency improvements. These regulation and value chain frameworks, I think, are on the rise. Yes, construction is a very fragmented industry. I think we have to do more in terms of how we regulate industry and how we drive cross value chain frameworks. So everyone's aligned to the common purpose of the goal. Technology accessibility. Technology now is cheaper, it's more effective than it used to be. There's a very low margin industry. It's now the use case for different technologies is now becoming more accessible. So we're beginning to see more technology proliferating in the industry, which is going to drive this change. And then lastly, Contact. We're seeing a lot of industry disruptions going on, a lot of startups. That's great to be in a space like this where you can see the different sorts of startups that are going on in partnership with government. I think there's still more to be done though in terms of stimulating, getting those, incentivizing the right startups to come into the industry. And then you need sort of big players to support them the scaling of those new solutions. I'm not expecting to read any of that. That is actually a claim cycle. And that is, admittedly, that is 5 years old. But what that demonstrates actually is there's different technologies that are beginning to stick within our industry. It's called the hype cycle, which basically is a technology is discovered or innovation is discovered. And so there's huge inflated expectations. Everyone gets really excited about it before it then falls down into the trough of disillusion. It's too difficult to scale this, or there's the various different obstacles are found in order to scale up innovation. But then there's certain technologies and innovations that need to sit with rather slowly rising to reduce the plateau of productivity, and that is when those innovations see. I think there's lots to be done, so I've discussed. So being is on there in terms of reaching that plateau of productivity, but more, I think, excitingly is on what's on the left-hand side, what you see is beginning to come into the industry. So we've got 3D printing, blockchain, and blockchain is something that's actively being used by the Dubai government in terms of asset transactions now. That is something that can be brought into the industry to drive efficiency, I have no doubt. There's lots going on. I can talk to that slide all day if I want to see what's going on, because we have a few minutes. There's lots and lots going on, lots to be excited about. I don't want this presentation to be all doom and gloom. It's a whole industry. Don't come into it. That's not what I'm trying to say. There's a lot to come that we should be excited about. And then lastly, I just want to finish with my son, actually. He's a little bit younger than he is now. He's about 6 then. But for me, it's about making the industry attractive enough to get my son into it. we need to be better at creating a proposition for young people, but actually construction is a good place to work. It's a place which has, or it's an industry that has a genuine impact on our world, and can really have a positive effect. So I think, if we're able, just through our alive voice, put out there that this industry is really going to lift us, then, I can turn around safely to my son and say, yeah, follow your old man into the industry. Might be a bigger box there. That's it. Thank you very much. Perhaps take any questions, or if not, yeah.
Disaster risk reduction, resilience, empowerment, and involved country. You didn't touch on that.
Sorry, say again, sorry.
Disaster risk reduction. Since warming planet, how
well,
construction responding to a warming planet with a lot of natural disasters, we saw the panhandle of Florida situation.
Yeah, I think, of course. I mean, resilience is one of the big topics, right? And being a Dutch company, having our roots in water engineering, dam construction, it's something that we see. To make cities more resilient is actually something that we see as a major important factor in the industry. I think, again, we can impact it more effectively through the design of assets and infrastructure. I think there's a lot being said about smart cities at the moment. Smart cities is a bit of a buzzword, if I'm honest. But we can begin to understand how we can bring data sets together to enable buildings to respond more to the environment. That's something that I think we can really drive resiliency through. Yeah.
Do you think there's a gap between making access to the knowledge about making houses and construction more sustainable? Do you think there's a gap between making it accessible to other, I don't know how to phrase the word, but how can we make access to research about making houses more sustainable available for more people? Because I think that people resort to lower cost techniques or things that are less costly to avoid, let's say, going sustainable route. Do you think that we have a? Yeah,
I completely agree. I live in a sustainable city, by the way. It's quite handy. And I think the first thing we need to do is educate, as you say. I think sustainable city is a fantastic proof of concept for an integrated community. I think it does have a research centre, it does have an education centre, and I think it's trying to drive knowledge dissemination through inviting people into the community. But ultimately, as you correctly said, we are incredibly price sensitive. If you're buying a house, you tend to go for the cheaper house at the same. If you have 3 houses with the same size, similar location, you're always going to go for the cheap one for. What we benefit though from a sustainable city, although we paid slightly higher than benchmarked residents somewhere else, we benefit from a lot lower operating costs. So our dealer bills are probably 1/3 of what they used to be when we lived in the ranches. So that's the proposition you need to sell, and I think it's down to then the financiers, the banks, to then support those consumers on their road to acquiring those particular assets. So I know there are some banks out there who offer green loans as well, so reduced interest rates with lesser deposit requirements to enable people to purchase those more greener buildings. So I think that's one particular route we can go down in order to drive that. I mean, ultimately, the technology cost is coming down. Solar panels, for example, are probably 1/10 of the cost they were 10 years ago. So, I think the proliferation of solar panels you'll see on more communities now, water reduction measures, things like that. These are all technologies that are genuinely scale and a lot less costly. But yeah, fantastic question, and it's something that I'm very passionate about. I'm a big champion of sustainable city. there should be more communities like that.
Because we have to consider how can we make the sustainable option more attractive.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because we have the research, we have the technology, but there is a gap to fill.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, yeah, it's only a very small percentage of people at the moment who are willing to make a slightly marginal increase in investment to buy into a community like that. You know, we have to enable that to be accessible for all. You know, I think the government does have a role to play as well. You know, it needs to tighten up regulation in terms of those communities that are built. Obviously, it doesn't want to create shock, you know, in the industry. You know, quite suddenly, you know, regulate the industry so much that all of a sudden prices go up and then nobody can afford a home. So I understand that there's a fine balance that needs to be played there as well. But yeah, great question. Okay. Right. Fantastic.
Our final speaker in this session will be Dr. Dina Mariam, who is Russian, and she has a special interest. She's a doctor by profession and therefore has a special interest in climate health, and is the secretary of the YOUNGO Health Working Group, and she will talk to you about the role of climate health in climate change mitigation.
So I realized in the post at lunch type session and I was like, oh, I want to sleep. So I will, before we start, I'll do like a quick energizer. It's not going to be much, just something so that the brain kind of revamps again. So I would request everyone to stand up. Just stand up. Just it's the energizer. It's not going to be too much. Stand up. Okay, and then you're going to say this. This is my right hand. This is my hand. And I'm going to touch my right hand to my nose.
I'm going to touch my right hand to my nose.
Yes. And I'm going to put it back. Thank you. This is my left hand. And I'm going to touch my left hand to my nose. And I'm going to put it back. Now I'm going to sanitize my hands. So you can sit down and sanitize. I hope this was nice and quick to get. Yeah, so before the presentation is switched on, and there is how I would like to go about it is rather giving you information. I would like to know what you already know. Okay, so you know climate change is there. I think from the past 2 days we know climate change is happening, or which are the industries, which are the maximum polluters, what could be the effects. So now I would like to ask you, what do you think is the cause? Like so climate change has many causes, like climate change causes this. So I would want you to relate, there's something which climate change is causing, and what is the effect of it on human health. So I will start first, and then anyone can volunteer and tell me. So one of the main things is increased temperature, correct? Globally. So increased temperature is causing what? Hyperthermia among the human population, heat stress, exhaustion, heat stroke. Am I not right? So this is one of the main things affecting this country, and particularly this region, because we are a desert country, already water scarce, already having which had higher temperatures before the climate change situation kind of came in. Now, because of climate change, there is even more drastic effects on human health in this particular region. But also, if you have seen the news, Europe recently had a heat wave, right? So that should be alarming, because a region which is not supposed to have a heat wave is having a heat wave. Why? Because of climate change. So that could be an alarming fact. Next, I would want you guys to come up with something which climate change causes, and I can tell you what is the direct health effect which happens. Yes?
Greenhouse gases?
Yeah, greenhouse gases. Okay. So greenhouse gases anyway increase temperature. So I would want some other cause.
Yes.
Increasing natural disasters.
Yes. So natural disasters, what happens with natural disasters? So there are natural disasters like floods, right? Floods cause increase in infection, waterborne diseases. Yes, human displacement, again human displacement, that is a, so from one country, there's a population will go to another country. So what kind of infections they are communicating from one country to another country? Anything else? Yeah, drought. So drought cause malnutrition, right? Because we don't have food to give to people, and that will cause malnutrition deaths. Rising water levels. Rise in water levels causes, again, similar effects like floods, but it can also cause uh, the amount of land that is there to decrease. So that also causes displacement. So anyway, we are going there. Anything else? Yes, desertification again is similar to drought. So desertification will cause drought, less food, and these things. Yes. Yes, bad air quality. What does bad air quality do? Respiratory diseases. Right? So because respiratory diseases, asthma, if you can go and check on the literature, literally after climate change, the number of children born with asthma, though they do not have genetically, do not have parents who genetically have, they have not got that trait passed down, and asthma is mostly an autoimmune disease. Even though that we don't have that connection, they still have asthma because of climate change. So I can always search for the literature and give you, so that's very alarming. Anything else? We have bad air quality, water, natural disaster, increased temperature.
Glacier lake output.
Yeah.
Glacier lake output.
Yeah, so it's very similar to natural disasters. Again, flood, infection, water level increase. Yes, resource depletion. So again, resource depletion, majorly food, but also it also comes down to because of these decreased resources, we do not have infrastructure, we do not have that available to have a good health system. We need to have hospitals, right? So because we don't have resources to build a hospital and to have that structure, there will be decrease in health quality. And the quality care which we provide will decrease. So I hope this was a good exercise for you to understand why climate change and health is important. Now I will run through the presentation. Okay. So now I just introduce myself. How do I click this?
Here, it's fine.
Okay. So I just want to introduce myself. I'm a doctor by profession. I'm very much a young doctor, just graduated this year. I've been working on climate change and health for the past 3 years. I've also published a paper on why climate change and health education should be important in the medical curriculum and the health professional curriculum, including nurses and firefighters. Okay, and I'm also a public health student right now, just got accepted, and passionate about traveling and cooking. So why do we need the climate and health discussion? So as you can see, we have already discussed clean air, not there, safe drinking water, sufficient food and secure shelter. All of these are going to be problems, and you guys already gave me those answers. So that's why I was saying it's already there. So that's the reason why we need we need the climate and health discussion. And the number, please remember this number. And if you go in any circle or networking or roundtable, and if you get a chance to meet stakeholders, say that 250,000 additional deaths. Additional. I'm not saying whatever is existing. No, 250,000 additional deaths are going to happen because of climate change from 2030 to 2050 annually. Why? Because obviously the reasons we have listed. Okay, and we've also seen everything like what causes and what health effect can happen. One
one thing which was discussed here and which a lot of people did not give me is mental health. So we did have a session about eco-anxiety and how we can overcome eco-anxiety. Climate change has an effect on mental health. Increased heat stress, displacement, we're talking about climate justice, talking about food insecurity, water scarcity, all of that has an effect on mental health. And that is something we cannot deny. The rest, everything is something we've already covered in our discussion. And this is a picture from the WHO website. Again, I will put this thing. So now we go to how vulnerable is UAE. So we go into the local context now. So I'm very proud that UAE has published a document about adaptation in the public health sector with correlation with climate change in public health sector in 2019, and that resource also I'll be able to share in the end the references. So we're a very proud moment that they are acknowledging the health sector, and so like we already discussed over there, 2 to 3 degree increase average temperature in summer in 2060 to 2079. So in fact, the year 2060, if no mitigation strategies are happening, then there's going to be a 2 degree additional increase, 2 to 3. So you can understand already people are dying with heat stress. The number of people who might die with that much increase in temperature is going to be alarming. And not only that, that is in the desert area of the country. Now going to the coastal areas, there's going to be increase in rain, humidity. Right? So you have what I've seen in the news, the recent Jeddah floods, which happened on the 29th of July. 29th of July specifically, again, if my date is incorrect, please tell me. That is alarming. And that doesn't happen. That is the, in 27 years, first time in 27 years, such a massive flooding has happened in the northern Emirate region of the country. So this is something I want to highlight, but this is a little old statistics. So 67% of all heat-related illnesses in 2010 were caused by heat exhaustion. What does heat exhaustion mean? You go out in the sun, you work, and then that causes heat exhaustion, heat stress in your body. Your body is not designed to be in such a high temperature area. Your blood proteins are going to change. Your blood volume is going to change. Everything is going to trigger you. Your thermoregulation will not be able to happen. It's very alarming. So this statistics is alarming. So as a country, we need to focus on how we can deal with this. Then another recent statistics is from May to July, one of the hottest summer months in the country. 13 in 2018, by the way, it's not even this year's statistics. 13 workers were treated for heat exhaustion in Human Brain Hospital. These are the recent statistics I can find. And again, 7 found dead because of the recent floods. This had come from Khalij time. And see the amount of the 221.8 in 27 years. Okay, now the NBC and public health. Again, highly appreciating the fact that Section 3.3 is about public health. And to be honest, UAE is one of the first countries to do that. There are very few countries I have gone through. I don't have the percentage because I have not gone through all the embassies. I come from India and I have gone through the Indian embassy and there's no mention of health. But very proud. Kudos that they do have public health in the serial. And also, in the last section of the serial 3.3, they have mentioned the commitment to improve public health by monitoring air quality, air and water quality, food systems, and waste management. So we can also see the implementation which is happening. We can see air quality monitors. We can see how we are dealing with water scarcity, and a wonderful presentation you saw previously by Iqbal. And now it's our turn to help them, work with them, at the same time as public be aware of this. And I'm only giving alarming statistics so you understand that if you support them, the health of people is going to be much better. Okay, so these are the notable work. Again, adaptation of UAE's public health to climate change. This is the 2019 report. And ADPHC Safety in Heat Program. So I would tell about the Safety in Heat Program. Because of increasing temperature in May, June, July, the government of Abu Dhabi installed this regulation that by 12 o'clock in the like mid-noon when the sun is at the highest, 12 to 1:32, we're not going to allow the workers to work, especially the construction laborers who are outside, who are exposed to the sun. And that is great. But again, this is a mitigation strategy, like this is like an adaptation, you're adapting. When you reduce that hours, you reduce the productivity. Right? If you're losing 3 or 4 hours of work, which could be possibly done. So that is something which we have to look into as well. So that's why talking about climate change and health is important. So my final recommendations for this is continue to build resilient health systems and work on public campaigns. So we have had Safety to Eat campaign, which is wonderful. Continue working on that, making much better. If you would have seen the website, it's wonderfully pamphlet of promoting and campaigning for that particular campaign has been translated into many languages other than Arabic, which is good because UAE understands the demographics of its labor workforce and grows to that again. And again, one aspect which I did not touch upon and I think did not come up is how much carbon emissions the health industry also generates, like the hospital, the travel, the ambulances. So that is something not entirely is dependent on the health sector, but it's a collaborative. So when you're a directing manager of a company, so maybe if like I'm opening a hospital soon, I need to maybe work with Arcadis to have sustainable breeding. I need to work with ICFA to have a sustainable cafe. So that kind of health. If you want to benefit health and if you want to benefit the health system, you need to have a collaborative approach. The next one is improve research on climate-related health diseases and promote open access of data on climate change and health. So you need to keep researching. You need to keep researching and finding, okay, what is the fault? Like, what is the health of people currently? Is the safety to heat program, how beneficial is it? So you need to have a continuous, like, implement a project, you monitor how the project is happening, and then you see the effects, and then you change again. And in all these research, you need to involve the youth. So you need to involve people who are A, expertise in health, and B, who are interested as well. So you need to involve in that sector. And also have this open access. This data needs to be accessible to the general public. There are many sensitive data which we totally understand should not be accessible to the general public, but this needs to be. Because this is what is going to intrigue the public, to change their ways, to combat climate change. And because health, everyone cares about the health more than anything else on the world. Okay, the trends will go, but health, you're going to care about your health from the time you're 10 to the time you're 70. So that's why having the open access is very important. And one of the last recommendations I want to give is UAE is going to be the global player. UAE is already the global player from the past 2 years, but now with the next year coming and the big responsibility, UAE is going to be a global player. And having this narrative of health is going to drive the highest emitters to change. Everyone is going to worry about health, right? So UAE has to be a global player, telling that if the countries who are the highest emitters of carbon do not decrease their emissions, or at least compensate that with carbon credits for the global south countries, what is going to happen is everyone is going to get affected. No one is going to be left behind. Right till now, what is happening, and if you have seen statistics, is the global south countries are suffering the most because of the effect of climate change. But now slowly it's coming to the global north, and now they're realizing. So UAE as a global player has to be that top negotiator who is going to transfer that information. It's a big responsibility, and I hope the government, I have full faith that UAE is going to fulfill that, as they have been doing in many policies. And also collaborating with international partners, UN agencies like the World Health Organization, UNICEF, and many others. Because that is when maximum driving change comes. And breeding local civil society organizations, local sports leaders of climate change and health, as well as connecting them internationally, making that circle is very important. Encouraging, motivating, that is one of the drivers for change. So these are my references. And just to close, I have a textbook, but I can't quote it because, again, the open access problem, it's not open access data. But I would just like to quote a line from it about heat stroke and why it's so important. Heat stroke. So I just read one line. Heat stroke is a catastrophic. Please understand the word catastrophic, multi-system. So it affects your brain, and then it goes to your heart, then it goes to your liver, then it goes to your stomach, then everything is affected. Life-threatening illness. Life-threatening. See the word. Categorized by central nervous system dysfunction. So you're not going to be able to move your limbs, legs, nothing. Liver injury. So how is your body going to detoxify? Renal injury. You need to do your number one. Do you want to have that bag or dialysis attached to your system? It's not a good time. I'm sure you must be having a lot of old people at your home who are having renal dialysis or cardiac arrest or in the ICU. Just imagine that heat stroke can affect someone who's in their 30s. That is not. So just imagine how heartening it would be someone who's 31 in the hospital on an ICU bed. Okay, I'm just going extreme to make you understand the realize. And rhabdomyolysis. Rhabdomyolysis is your muscles start disintegrating and then they come out in your from through your excretory system. And disruption of homeostatic thermoregulation. So this is from a textbook, which is I think like 1,000 pages. And I can't quote the textbook because it's open access, but I wanted to make sure to read this. And it's just the first line about heat stroke. There's an entire big paragraph about what all it can cause. I just wrote the first line and it was already anxiety driven. So yeah, so I would end that with that. There's a lot we could change to help the system, and already UAE is doing a lot to help, and I'm sure the efforts going to be continued. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we're going to be having our roundtable now with the SDG. So we're just going to move the chairs to be more of a circle so they can all collaborate and engage together.
So pretty. Oh my god. Oh, bye
Is this better? Okay. Hello everyone, welcome to our session today. My name is Amal Ahmadi. I'm a member of the Youth Council in the UAE for the SDGs. My colleagues here, Ahmed and Maha, were also members of the SDG Youth Council. This council is almost 9 months old. We have another year and a half, I guess, to work on different initiatives to empower youth when it comes to SDGs in general. Of course, climate change is one of the topics that we focus on as well. We'd love for you guys to be involved in future initiatives, but today we are here to support our colleagues from the LCOY as well for the UAE. I want you to participate in this and feel, just tell us how passionate about climate change you are, because whatever you recommend at this session and future session next weekend as well will be actually taken into consideration in drafting a policy recommendation paper that will be, discussed in COP27 and hopefully COP28 as well in Dubai. So my colleague Hamid maybe will give you a brief about us.
So thank you, Ahmed. I'm happy to see everyone here passionate about the climate change action. So just a brief about us. We are a part of a program called the SDG Young Leaders Program. There are three parts for this program: us, the National UAE SDG Youth Council, the Media Council, and the Global Council for the SDGs. So our goal is just to be the youth bridge to achieve the SDGs, basically. That's in sum. So youth have power to change the world and make it better and make it greener. So that's what we want to do today. I hope that today we'll come up with a fruitful discussion in this roundtable, and we can draft a really powerful policy that can be utilized for the COP. And yeah, looking forward for it.
Okay, let's not waste any time. So let's not waste any time. We'll start with so you had a good brief today and hopefully yesterday as well on what climate change is, what we're trying to do, how different people are trying to contribute to mitigating and adapting to climate change. These are two main words that you need to get familiar with, adaptation and mitigating. So what we're trying to do today to help the UAE youth, of course, in contributing to what we need to do next is a simple SWOT analysis, because I know many of you are still in school, many of you are in university, and maybe some young professionals, I hope, as well. So what we'll do is a simple SWOT analysis. Let's see, what do we have here in the UAE? So I'm not sure if you know what a SWOT is. Let's look into what are the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, the threats that we have here in the UAE. So let's look at all the conditions that we have, whether it's environmental, whether it's policy, whether it's a strategy that we have, anything that is lacking. There are any opportunities that we could look into as well. So maybe what you could do in the beginning, I know all of you have all of your cell phones, so like get online, get to the website of the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. This is your first tip. Since we have a ministry that is dedicated for climate change, go there, see what do we have there. Because we do have a policy, we do have a lot of initiatives locally and internationally, and see what is there, what is the strength that we have, and maybe what is lacking as well, and what do we have as an opportunity. So let's try to do this. I know we don't have a lot of people, that's why we don't have you in smaller groups, but I think and I hope you would be able to discuss it within yourself. So let's not do this individually. Let's just do this together and we'll write everything here. Yeah? So how many minutes do you guys need to do a little bit of research? 5 minutes? 5 minutes are good? Okay.
So maybe you forgot to mention that the We will have multiple sessions from roundtables, and today's main topic is action for climate empowerment aids. So that's what we want to focus on in our policy needs research, you can say.
You got 5 minutes.
You get 5 minutes. We also, I don't know if you can see it, but we also put some resources you can use.
There's 2 websites that can be very useful for you. So there is the U.AE, which is the official government website for the government of UAE. Any policy that is enacted in UAE is updated in this website. There's also UAE SDG's website, which is also updated regularly about anything, any new policy that comes into place has to do with the SDGs. And if you scan the QR code, you'll also find UAE's DNR, which is the Voluntary National Review, the UAE status NBC. These are all documents together with the UAE segments with the UN. You can find those there. There's a lot of more data there.
So maybe let's start moving until we can catch the QR code. Yeah? It's okay, you don't have to be very quiet. Let's hear some discussions.
Yeah.
How's everything going? You're finding any questions? Yeah? All good? Yeah. Yes! Please, on the family fun. Nice to meet you. I was like, I know.
Maybe you can push one. One of these
The result is actually quite strict about that. However, this is not. Okay, let's use this spread, lack of awareness of what. So, honestly, this is the issue. In regards to weaknesses in education, we're not really informed about so every time we jump this we don't really see the market and opportunities. When we created the club, to create opportunities to work for opportunities. They were not provided to us, or like they were not encouraged.
No, most of LCOY
we're not really like pushed to participate or have a I'm not talking about the background, the lobby is a current activist.
I think they are.
Yeah, they are.
I can remember like it's not
Don't forget about us. Honestly, it's not really forgotten.
Yeah, that's the name. Yeah. It's at UAE SDG.
We're about to graduate, but we're agreeing.
شكرا. That's the first one. Thank
We love that. Okay, we're open to anything and everything discussed. In the art club, we'll be. I want to say
You're right. في وايد مش بس المجتمع وايد entities that يسمعوا عنهم the support from.
Everything. Like they say they're supporting this work, like where is it? Like actually it's not even there. So I'm very positive about this. Basically, I have we're family friends. No, I think I met you. Talk later. Yeah, man.
I have my touch somewhere. I'll wait so that I can be posting. All right, that's fine.
We'd love to collaborate. Let's do something great.
Of course.
Yeah. But I think I'll end the end it, yeah. They don't need to go around Is there anyone